Hello? Yes, Mary. That's what I'm saying. On the YouTube. Hello?
Are you on the YouTube yet?
Yes, Mary.
Yes. Do you hear me?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. On the YouTube. On the YouTube.
Hello?
Are you on the YouTube yet?
Yes, Mary.
Yes. Do you hear me?
That's what I'm saying.
Hello? Yes. The YouTube. On the YouTube.
Hello?
Are you on the YouTube yet?
Yes, Mary.
Yes. Yes. Do you hear me? Yes, I am.
That's what I'm saying.
Hello? Yes. The YouTube.
Hello?
Are you on the YouTube yet?
Yes, Mary.
Yes. Yes. Do you hear me? Yes, I am.
That's what I'm saying.
Hello? Yes. The YouTube.
Hello?
Are you on the YouTube yet?
Yes, Mary.
Yes. Yes. Do you hear me? Yes, I am.
That's what I'm saying.
Hello? Yes. The YouTube.
Hello?
Are you on the YouTube yet?
Yes, Mary.
Yes. Yes. Do you hear me? Yes, I am.
That's what I'm saying.
Hello? Yes. The YouTube.
Hello?
Are you on the YouTube yet?
Yes, Mary.
Yes. Do you hear me? Yes, I am.
Hi, Mary.
Do you hear me? Yes, I am.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Do you hear me? Yeah.
Hi, Mary.
Do you hear me? Yes, I am.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Do you hear me? Yeah.
Hi, Mary.
Yes, I am.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Do you hear me? Yeah.
Hi, Mary.
Yes, I am.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Hi, Mary.
Yes, I am.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Hi, Mary.
Yes, Mary.
Yes.
Hello? Yes, I see you live on YouTube. Yes, Mary.
Yes.
Hello? Yes, I see you live on YouTube. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I muted because the ego of the voice. That's why. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I hear you. Mhm. No, that will be fine though. Yeah, I muted because the ego of the voice. That's why. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I hear you. Mhm. No, that will be fine though. Yeah, I muted because the ego of the voice. That's why. Mhm. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, yeah, but I didn't check it on Facebook. Mm-hmm. No, that will be fine. Yeah, I muted because the ego of the voice. That's why. Mhm. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, yeah, but I didn't check it. That's why. Mm-hmm. You are on with two devices. Yeah, I muted because the ego. You can mute one and let the other one on. Mhm. Yeah, yeah, but I didn't check it. That's why. No, you are on with two devices. Yeah, I muted because the ego. You can mute one and let the other one. Mhm.
Do you hear? Now you don't,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. But I didn't check it. That's why. I heard the echo. You still have two devices. You are on with two devices. You can close one and open the other one.
Yeah, I muted because you can't close one because they are serving two purposes.
I was thinking just to make it mute.
Yeah, no, we don't. If you mute, are you going to be able to hear on your side?
Yeah, because you have the other device. But mine is not mute also. That's why you can hear my sound there. Close one and open the other one.
Do you want to mute and see if we would get so I cannot. So here is what I'm trying to come up in terms of really a good strategy that will allow you to streamline, but also not create the echoes. That's the challenge now that I think we have, because if I mute there, possibility that unless I don't record here, you know what I can do? I'm going to stop recording because that is, if you are seeing Mary, right? That means it's us. So each time a speaker will come in, then I will be off that line. Mhm. Let me see. Or like any YouTube. I think the best thing we are going to do is not stop recording. Usually that's when we do the practice, but I use it as a backup. Then it's just trying to You know what we can do? So yeah, good. Can I put the paper? Can you put the link that you are having there? You send it on my laptop. As long as I have that one, then I can move down and then I will be having that is the only way. Otherwise, we allow both one and the second. I'm going to here is what you are going to do and I'm going to when you do it, you know what you need to do an account. Where is the account? I think they do, but you have to this one. You need to be outside of the society. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. So this kind of station, this is so you are able to listen to this. You know what Facebook are using? Facebook people understand. Because my Facebook, really, the more you can have the more, by the way, I didn't say okay, yeah. So Okay. Mhm. Okay, good. Nimetaka
What I can do, pull the one that I have, we put one here, say we say, move the light, we can do one here. Yeah, so now, ubu kugira ngo ize gusakuza ibintu bose ntabwo ntikanda igize ngewe namuvuza rero nibwo none ryamye atora Muramba. Muramba mwambara mutwe. Niyo mpamvu Zoom rero nzayikunda kuko iraguha gukora.
Bahamagara iki?
Zoom nzayikunda kuko iraguha kwiga. Uranatemeje. Hari umuntu uri guhamagara? Ko bambwira hariya. Okay. Ya nuko ngira ngo dushyushye ari taratara dushyushye byo uretse muri salo ntuhamubona ari igihe mu cyumba rwose Oya, ugatsinda igihugu ugatsinda igihugu. Turagira ngo nurangiza conference uyu munsi iminsi usigaye ukaza kubyukaho buri munsi. Yeah, waryamaho undi wenda ukaza kubyuka nyuma ariko yo nyine alarm na setting ya 2 hours. Then after hello? Hello, Raja? Yes, please. No, I mean the YouTube and the video.
Let me send you the link. I was just okay, I have to send us the link so that we share. Bukonje uko bukora burafira. Okay, all right. That's perfect.
Hello, Mary.
Hello.
Yeah, Mary.
Hello?
Yeah, Mary.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, trying to join the conference.
Yes, oh, thank you. Thank you. You are the early bird, which is good.
I'm trying to join from Nigeria.
Oh, yeah, good to have you.
Okay, but it has not yet started.
No, we haven't, but we are just getting, we are populating, we are getting the panelists aligned.
Okay.
And we are requesting people to check the chat because that is going to be our communication link.
Okay. All right.
Yes. But we are glad to,
I'll be on the waiting.
to have you.
Okay. I am on.
Okay, good.
All right, I'm waiting.
All right, thanks. I'm wondering which computer I should use. I think I can recording. For children is also advanced. Okay.
Are you getting that thing?
I think that's the time we should start. Yes. Which one? Where? Which one do you usually? Which one do you go? And which channel go? And who do you go? Okay, you do Facebook. You do Facebook. But Facebook usually but send me the link. Yes, perfect. I'll wait and then at exactly 9:30 we are starting.
Oh, so you want me to start it now? Okay.
No, we are starting at 9:30, right?
9:30. Yes, 9:30 is what time is it now?
What time do you have there?
Yeah, okay, so it's we got 14 minutes. Okay. So I'm trying to connect it maybe 5 minutes before.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Hello, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Are we still hanging in there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Hey, Christian, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, good. I just posted your wait. We are trying to connect with Africa 20.
Right.
Roger. Hello. So if I
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
we are all
hey
here.
Christian, that was the problem we had earlier. So how if I mute myself? Pardon? That's what I'm saying is that if I mute myself, okay, let me use it. Let me use it. Oh, yeah. I hear what you're saying. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, so what we are still doing is just to try to wait for Africa 2050 to connect. And since we're on YouTube and Facebook, apparently whatever we are doing preliminary, because they are trying to connect, it's going live. So that's what he was telling me. But at exactly 9:30, Christian should be taking over.
Gotcha. Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, so but I'm just going to try to see how. Yeah, let me see how I can improvise on that as well. Regarding, he was telling me about the sound. We need to mute so for that they don't get double sound kind of.
ariko iyo ugerageza n'izo mfite ukareba yes bluetooth nuko wanga kugira kubikoma
Hello, hello. Hello.
Oh,
Good morning, Mary. How are you?
good morning.
I'm
Good
good.
morning.
How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Good morning. Actually, the reason why we are silent is because they are connected to Facebook and YouTube. So anything we are saying, it's just going. So it's not like we are becoming so dull.
No, I totally understand. We're just prepping to begin, so it's all good.
Okay.
And we'll turn our cameras on at 9:30 if that works.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. So don't think it's like, I mean, it's just quiet. That's what Rogers was telling me, that whatever we are saying, it's going to be. So we better mind. I said, okay.
No, we're good. We're good. We're hanging with you.
I know. Thank you. Yes, that's perfect. That's perfect. So don't think it's like, I mean, it's just quiet. That's what Rogers was telling me, that whatever we are saying, we better mind. I said, okay. You see?
We're good. We're hanging with you.
I know. Thank you. Yes, that's perfect. That's perfect. So don't think it's like, I mean, it's just quiet. That's what Rogers was telling me, that whatever we are saying, better mind. I said, okay. You see?
We're good. We're hanging with you.
I know. Thank you. Yes, that's perfect. That's perfect. So don't think it's like, I mean, it's just quiet. That's what Rogers was telling me, that whatever we are saying, better mind. I said, okay. You see?
We're good.
Mary.
We're hanging with you.
I know.
Mary?
I know. Thank you. Yes, please.
Can you, I think your voice is still echoing. Can you mute one device and use one?
I already muted. Actually, I muted the other one which we are using for Facebook and YouTube. So we just have only this one now. I know.
Mary? Yes?
Thank you. Mary.
Can you, I think your voice is still echoing. Can you mute one device and use one?
Yes, I did. Mary. Muted the other one which we are using for Facebook and YouTube. So we just have only this one now. I know.
Mary? Yes?
Thank you. Mary.
Can you, I think your voice is still echoing. Can you mute one device and use one?
Yes, I did. Mary. Muted the other one we are using for Facebook and YouTube. So we just have only this one now. I know.
Mary? Yes?
Thank you.
Can you, I think your voice is still echoing. Can you mute one device and use one?
Yes, I did. Mary. The other one we are using for Facebook and YouTube. So we just have only this one now. I know. Thank you.
Can you, I think your voice is still echoing. Can you mute one device and use one?
Yes, I did. Mary. The other one we are using for Facebook and YouTube. So we just have only this one now. I know. Thank you.
Your voice is still echoing. Can you mute one device and use one? Hello?
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
hey guys. I think there's quite a feedback that's still going on in the background. We're gonna either have to all mute our microphones or to figure out what the feedback is, because I think it's kind of making it challenging for people to hear.
Okay, do you hear now?
Yes, I can.
It's much better. So, but this is Mary who is calling on that side. Yes, Roger. Hello? Yes, the problem is that the other machine, we are using it for the Facebook. And apparently it was creating echoes, but what we've done, we just muted it completely. And I think now it's much better. Do you feel much better now? Yeah, bye.
Mary, do you want us to turn our video on now so we can begin?
Yeah, sure. This is much better actually now. We don't have the echoes because the other one we have. Good.
I'm here. Mary, did you want us to begin or hold on a little bit?
It's okay. I was waiting for one of the panelists to join, but he has just joined.
Awesome.
So we should be good. All right. I guess we can start. I wanted to get in. Okay. Welcome to the Watch Democracy Grow annual conference. We are glad you are here, and the discussion we are having today is building Africa, which is healthy and wealthy. But again, we can't build Africa because we're here. So today's discussions, majority of them are Africa-based, but they are also domestic-based. So without taking long, I will just give a chance to our moderator, who is Christian Yonanis. And Christian Yonanis, the floor is yours for the first speaker, please.
Yes, hello everybody. I'm Christian Yohannes and I'm going to be your moderator today. So our first speaker today will be Mrs. Wen Cooney. She is the CEO and co-founder of the Politicking Organization. She is a Haitian American who created a social political app that informs and galvanizes the millennial vote. So please, Ms. Wen Cooney, welcome to this conference. You have 2 minutes of a short, detailed introduction, 20 minutes of presentation, and 5 minutes of a Q&A. This will be the format for all speakers. So without further ado, you may get started.
Thank you so much, Christian. So I guess I'll start with the 2-minute short introduction. As you mentioned, my name is Wen Cooney Siant. I was introduced to Watch Democracy Grow through Mary. So thank you for the invitation, Mary. A little bit of background about me. I'm actually of the diaspora. I'm Haitian American. So I was born in South Florida to 2 immigrant parents. So the immigrant struggle is one that I'm very akin to. I attended Howard University in Washington, D.C., where I studied biology and chemistry. And then after that, I went to Drexel University in Philadelphia, where I got my master's in public health. From there, I was able to actually do a Fulbright fellowship to Senegal. That was one of my first introductions to the continent, was Senegal and the Gambia, where I spent about a year living and learning about public health and health infrastructure, which was a lovely experience. And somewhere in between there, myself and my co-founder started Politicking, which, like Christian mentioned, is a social political platform. And really the point of it is to galvanize millennials from the ages of 18 to 35 from historically disengaged communities to really participate actively in the political process. The focus is really to make sure that everyone within that target demographic knows where they can procure information about state, local, and federal elections. And that's particularly important as we approach this 2020 cycle. So that's where I'll kind of leave my short introduction, and then we'll go into the next segment. I'll let you take us there, Christian.
Okay, so we will be opening also a Q&A for Mrs. Wen Cooney about this. So if you have any questions, the chat will be open and I'll be taking any questions. And if I'm not mistaken, would you like to present, Ms. Wen Cooney?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Christian. So I want to talk a little bit about politicking and its relevance in the 2020 cycle. So as I mentioned, politicking is a mobile application and it's dedicated to improving and galvanizing the millennial vote. But why is that particularly important in the 2020 cycle? Most of you all probably watched the presidential debate 2 nights ago, and a lot of people left the presidential debate feeling a little bit confused about who they wanted to vote for. Especially people of African descent, I think it's particularly important that we're paying attention to the fact that we have some of the largest voting blocs in the United States at this point. And not only as people of color, but also as young people. And so as the African American community continues to grow, we kind of find ourselves in a polarizing type environment. What this means is that oftentimes people think that Black and brown people within this country are a monolith. And what that means is that they think that we all share the same political views. But the fact of the matter is that's just simply not true. We're not a monolithic community. And so oftentimes when you see Black and brown people, you might think, oh, they're all Democratic or they're all Republican. But depending on where you're from, depending on your socioeconomic status, depending on if you're an immigrant or first generation, all of these things are kind of folded into the fact of how you're identifying ideologically speaking. And really the point of politicking is to really promote the fact that you don't necessarily have to be considered a Democrat or a Republican, but really to create your own political ideology. And that's what politicking helps you find. And the way that we do that is through agenda setting. So with politicking, you're actually able to sift through 8 topic areas that we've identified as important to millennials, some of which are education, national security, immigration, and you're actually able to sift through that to figure out what's important to you. So one of the things that I always advise people is that you have to ensure that, I don't know if we hear a little background stat, we could mute everyone if that's okay. I don't know if you guys can hear me all right. But one of the things that, sorry, we're hearing a little background status. Can everyone mute? Let's see. Okay. Sorry, Miss Mary, do you mind seeing if we can mute the rest of the speakers? I can't.
Excuse me, please. Can we try? Can we mute ourselves? Or
Mary, I think you might have the capability to actually mute people.
yeah, that's what exactly I'm going to do, though. Except you.
I can continue. It sounds okay now.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, great. And so really what I was talking about is political ideology. So this is no longer the mom and pop political movement. What we do at politicking is we create a disruptive ecosystem that's committed to providing facts, lifting voices, and empowering young voters committed to democracy over political dogma. So we really want you guys to inform yourselves with the information to cast an educated and informed ballot, instead of simply listening to whatever the polarizing media might tell you. That's why we enjoy being nonpartisan at politicking, because we truly aren't representative of any one particular candidate, but instead we try to uplift voices within our community so that you can make the choice that matters most to you. So to move on a little bit, let's talk specifically about voting in Black communities, as that's what particularly affects the African diaspora. So we're calling on young voters to develop their own political agendas, right? So we understand that while most Black voters coalesced around one particular presidential candidate in 2008 and 2012, we're not a monolith still, right? So at politicking, we're able to help you develop that political agenda. So one of the things that I always ask when I'm helping people think through what their political ideologies are is, what goes into developing your own political values? What are your political values? For me as a young person, I do care about things like education. I do care about different things within the community. So those are all things that go into why I decide to choose one candidate or over the other. The next topic I kind of wanted to talk about for a bit is voter disenfranchisement. As Black and Brown people that are living in this country, that's something we have to be aware of. But first, let's start by really talking about what that is. So voter disenfranchisement or voter disqualification is the revocation of suffrage, which is the right to vote, of a person or a group of people, or a practice that has the effect of preventing a person from exercising the right to vote. So that's what voter disenfranchisement is. We see that conveyed in so many different settings here in the United States. And one of the ways you can see it is through things like voter ID laws. So suppression efforts can range from seemingly unobstructive, like voter ID laws and cuts to early voting, to mass purges of voter rolls and systemic disenfranchisement. A frequent example used about mass purges and voter rolls was actually what we saw in Georgia in 2018 when Stacey Abrams ran against Brian Kemp, who's the now governor. We saw that prior to that election, there had been mass purging of largely African-American constituents. And that's just something that we cannot stand to see in the year 2020. So as we move forward, I know one thing that we always encourage people, make sure you're registered to vote, but also check your registration to see that if it's active. And so we want to make sure to encourage you to do that. And one of the ways you can do that is through downloading Politicking. We have a feature in there that actually allows you to check your voter registration and to verify that you're currently registered. So finally, certain communities are particularly susceptible to suppression and in some case outrightly targeted. So that's people of color, students, the elderly, and people with disabilities. These are the groups of people that have to be extremely vigilant when going to the polls because we are high risk at having our votes suppressed. So one of the things that I would encourage people to do, and I know we're having people tune in from all different countries and all different sides of the world, but if you are in the United States, the best thing to do is to check out your state's laws. So one of the things that I encourage people to do is figuring out if your state has a voter ID law. That's going to help you to know what type of identification you can bring to the polls, or if you need to bring identification to the polls, which I always encourage that you do. The next is figuring out when their registration deadlines are, when that registration opens, when that closes. Do they allow in-person registration? Some states do, some states do not. So these are the types of nuances that are important to pay attention to. The last thing that I want people to be cognizant of is felony disenfranchisement. So what felony disenfranchisement is, people getting the right to vote based on their past criminal records. So again, in certain states, people that are formerly incarcerated are given the right to vote, and certain states they're not given the right to vote. So if you have been previously incarcerated, that's something that you want to be able to check prior to voting on election day. So one of the things that I wanted to continue with Politicking, and I encourage everyone to check us out at www.politickingapp.com or on Instagram at Politicking or on Twitter at Politicking app, is the fact that we marry culture and content, right? So users are able to share their thoughts about hot topic issues. They're able to take action and vote on critical issues. And we're able to do that by using a myriad of people from the community. So whether that's someone like a Bakari Sellers, who's a CNN commentator, or someone that's a cultural maven like Damon Dash, we're able to marry these two different views and really allow us to have a riveting political conversation. And for everyone who's on here, we're actually going to be having a forum tomorrow evening, and I'll drop the link after my talk. And so if you're interested in learning a little bit more about culture and politics, please join us tomorrow at 6 p.m. To learn a little bit more. So who is the community that we kind of embody at Politicking? We're committed to the distribution of content that elevates the voices of millennials across the ideological spectrum. And through voter-driven commentary, debates, insights, and user-generated content, we aim to empower young voters with facets around candidates and issues and encourage them with that content that supports them to make an educated decision on election day. So really what my purpose in saying is that come November 3rd or prior, because I encourage everyone to vote early, you should be seeking resources to ensure that you're casting a ballot that you can be proud of. With politicking, we wanted to eradicate the feeling of, wow, I walked out of that polling precinct and I feel like I failed an exam. We wanted to get rid of that feeling. We wanted people to be confident in their votes. And through using a resource like politicking, people really were able to have a different mindset when walking in and walking out of that polling precinct. So a question that I asked, to the audience for food of thought is, do you feel adequately prepared with the resources to form your own political agenda? And what are some of the steps that you all take in preparing to vote? So for myself, aside from politicking, I try to read as much as I can. I love to read The Atlantic, The New Yorker, but also the New York Times, the Washington Post. I find it helpful to get information from different sources, because what we do know is that sometimes sources can be partisan. So getting information from different sources kind of helps you to compete against that. Again, I want you guys to make sure that you're checking out in your local states, in your local city, to figure out when early voting begins, figure out if you need to cast a ballot in person, if you want to cast an absentee ballot, figure out what forms of ID to bring, figure out how to cast a ballot at all costs. If you are 18 and you're a United States citizen and you're registered to vote, there should be very little to impede you from casting a ballot on or before election day. 2020 is such a pivotal time, and we're going to see that happen more and more. And Black and brown people, unfortunately, are so susceptible to digital disinformation and voter disenfranchisement. And that's why we have to make sure that we're doubling down and getting to the polls on this election day. So that being said, I kind of stand at leisure for anyone who might have any questions about politicking or about the voting process in 2020.
So to echo what Ms. Wen-Cooney finished off on, the chat will be open for any questions that we may have, and panelists also feel free to drop questions in the chat or unmute your mic and ask.
Remember to unmute yourself if you are going to ask a question, please.
Well, I'll ask a question for Ms. Wen-Cooney in that case. A question that I have is that given that it's a very difficult process to create the app, and that there's just so much that goes into it, and I'm sure there's much work that goes into it as well, what is your proudest moment of being the owner and CEO of Politicking?
That's a great question. Thank you, Christian. I think the proudest moment is really, every day. I would say the recognition, but it's really every day when someone actually comes to me or comes to my co-founder, Jordan, and says, hey, I used the app and it helped me. I actually was able to make it through the ballot, or I was able to figure out where my polling precinct was, or, oh my God, I found out that I wasn't registered. And through politicking, I was able to register myself, because to me, that shows real life impact. And obviously, these are just with the people that know me personally, but it shows that people actually are benefiting from the use of the app. And that's so important. It's really a humbling feeling that you've created a tool that people are using on election day. And so as election day gets closer and closer, I hear so many more of those stories, Christian, and it really is inspiring, because I'm like, all right, it's not perfect, but it's actually helping people. And that, to me, it speaks volumes. And the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm dropping the panel discussion that we'll be having tomorrow evening in the chat, and all of you guys are welcome to register. We would love to have you. We're gonna have some really interesting cultural game changers like Jeff Johnson, like Billy Corbin. These are people that are not elected officials, but are definitely people that have shaped the political process in one way or another. So I welcome all of you on the chat or coming in from YouTube to come.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Wenkuni. So just a reminder to all that are watching, you're able to download Politicking in the iOS store for Apple and also the Google Play Store. So it's spelled Politicking. So if you'd like to download Politicking and become more engaged, please do. And if anybody else would have any more questions, feel free to ask them.
Yeah, if there's no more questions, Christian, I'll yield the floor to the next panelist, but I just encourage everyone to please get out on November 3rd. And prior to November 3rd, early voting is live right now in most states. So please get out to the ballots. You know, we're not here to tell you who you should vote for, but we are here to tell you that you should exercise your constitutional right to vote. And I thank you so much for allowing me the space to speak. This is such an exciting panel, and so I'm going to be here listening to the other panelists. And thank you, both Mary and Christian.
Of course. Thank you for speaking. So we will be moving on to our next panelist, and that is Mr. Daniel Chitabem. So Mr. Daniel Chitabem is one of the leading trailblazing global climate advocates and for climate crisis and social inventor from Africa. As quoted by a top global US-based media firm known for publishing financial news and other news, he is a Nigerian-trained oral surgeon, and he is from the southeastern part of Nigeria. Mr. Daniel, welcome to this conference. Just like Ms. Wenkuni, you will have 2 minutes of a self-detailed presentation, and you'll have 20 minutes of your own presentation along with 5 for a Q&A. This will be the format for the rest of the following speakers as well. So Mr. Daniel, if you are here, please unmute and begin your presentation. Perfect. Mr. Daniel, if you could, I see that you are here in the chat. If you'd be able to unmute and begin speaking so the audience will be able to hear you, it would be perfect.
Just to help, I think Mary has to make Mr. Daniel a panelist for him to be able to speak.
He is.
Right, yes. He is currently listed as an attendee. So we'd be able to move him over to the panelist side. He'd be able to unmute.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Daniel.
Yes. Thank you. I hope everyone can see me also. Can you all see me?
Currently, we are unable to see you. If you are able to turn on your camera, we would be able to.
Okay, because I can't see the camera. I can't see the camera stuff, but I can see the mic.
Right. If there is a camera logo on your screen and you're able to press that, that will turn on your camera for us.
Anyway, I can't still see it. I guess because I was not given
No.
Logo on your screen.
You have to turn it on from your side, Daniel. Dr. Daniel. Turn your camera on, please.
Okay. Well, I can't see the camera. I can only see the mute, raise hand button, the chat, and the question and answer. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead and present.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you so much, the organizers, for giving us the opportunity to be able to share our mind and to share our vision for creating a better world. The first speaker really has opened my eyes to what we should do as a race, we should do as Black people, we should do as human beings across the world. When the issue of voting comes about, or when you are to cast your vote, there are many things you should look at. Will the interest of the collective race be projected through the eye or through the lens of the voting parties? Will the kids of that race be able to express themselves without being suppressed, or express themselves without being manipulated? Those are very important, fundamental things we should look at. By name, my name is Daniel. I run a non-for-profit based organization that advocates for sustainable development, inspiring young people to be the change they are. But they must seek global knowledge and global understanding, or factual and knowledge and factual understanding, but apply it locally. And our non-for-profit based organization, registered in the US, has chapters across the continent. The topic before me today, if I'm allowed to continue, the topic before me today is very important. Youth entrepreneurship in a time like this, when we have a pandemic. What are the things do we look out for? Why is it important we empower ourselves? Why is it important we rely less on the government and think deep into our creative mind, or think deep using our talent and our skills and bridging it with technology, or bridging it with the existing technology? As you all know, that the pandemic is no longer a story that every one of us do not have an idea about. The challenge now is, how do we continue to live our lives, or how do we continue to exist without disrupting a lot of our normal existence? And one of the ways that we can do that is if we build up an entrepreneurship mindset. So the question for young people is this: what is an entrepreneurship?
Oops.
To answer your question, Mr. Daniel, an entrepreneur is a person who organizes and operates a business or businesses, taking on a greater than normal financial risk in order to do so.
What happened to him? Did he again go?
Mr. Daniel, if you are still with us, we believe you may be muted. So if you are still with us, unmute and continue.
Is he around?
Yes, Mr. Daniel is still here. He has been moved back to the attendees. So if we are able to move him back to the panelist section, he is currently listed as an attendee. So I believe there is some type of technical difficulty where he was sent back to the attendee sector. So if we'd be able to bring him back to panelist, he'd be able to unmute and speak and continue.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Kristen. Sorry for the technical challenge that we are having. So yes, you are absolutely right to define the entrepreneurship mindset based on those terms. But for the pandemic, my emphasis are on generating product, generating services, taking risk, and having a targeted audience, that you can project these services or project the products that you have created in a time like this. The youthful entrepreneurship mindset is the mindset that every single one of us have to have. What are the reasons? Government over the years have been playing lip service to empowering and opening up the space for everyone. They have created a mentality in the population that everyone cannot be wealthy. They've created the mentality that everyone cannot have universal health care. But the pandemic has revealed to us that that is not how it should be. That if one person do not have the necessary coverage, that one person can infect an entire world. So the new philosophy is that a virus that may have come out from Wuhan, has infected 193 nations. So it is imperative that governments across board must provide healthcare service for everyone, so that everyone is empowered to, to fight the infection, to fight whatever it needs to generate the wealth required to empower him or herself to be able to seek better healthcare, to be able to get better universal healthcare coverage. So that's why the universal youth entrepreneurship is very important. And that's why youth entrepreneurship will be the new norm in moving forward until we get a permanent solution, even beyond getting a permanent solution to addressing the pandemic. The way forward, I believe, for young people, especially in a time like this, where you are not the cause of the problem of the world, neither are you the cause of the problem. You are doing everything you've been told to do: go to school, get higher education, and yet when you are done, you cannot get jobs, or when you are done, you cannot be able to pay for healthcare services. So it only means that you are your own boss, or you are your own driver of your own destiny. But you have to have a mentality. Hello?
Yes, we can still hear you, Mr. Daniel.
Okay, thank you. But you have to have a mentality that I am the one that can determine how far I can go, and whatever skills and talent and passion I have, if I can bridge it with technology, if I can bridge it with having healthy relationship with other diverse groups of people, if I can bridge it with working as a team with other people, I can be able to create a service or a product that can be appealing to a target group of people, and then with that comes wealth, with that comes prosperity. So one of the ways I believe that young people can do is you have to think, you have to act locally, but think globally. What do I mean? It's a global fact now that the pandemic has gone across board. Whether people believe it is there or not is not the issue. The consequences of the actions are what we have seen. 96% of global flights have been grounded. Over 600 million people are not able to go to school. There are unemployment at a staggering level. People need to walk from one place to the other for longer miles. Healthcare access has been impaired. Those things are consequences, of an action, or consequences within this pandemic period. So that cannot be denied. So it means that every young person needs to get a better understanding of what the pandemic is all about, and the areas or the sector that this pandemic affects. Because these areas and sectors the pandemic affects is what can create the opportunity for you to have services, for you to have products that you can create that people can buy into. And this entrepreneurship mindset will vary from continent to continent. What do I mean? The priority for someone in United States of America as a young person to create a service and a product will not be the same priority as the person in Africa, but the goal and the intention will be the same, for them to be able to empower themselves, create some level of wealth so that they can be able to use it to better the lives of themselves, their loved ones, and the people around them. But the priorities or the interest will be different, and the factors that will create those wealth will also be different. I'll give you an example. So if you're a young man in United States of America, where you have access to the internet, where you have access to special loans that are given directly from government for small businesses, where you have access to your senator, your House of Rep person, and in your community that there are young people who cannot come out in your community to eat, who cannot come out to go and get their grocery, who cannot come out to do any of all those things. Why? Because the pandemic affects those that are vulnerable. Now, that's the facts and that's the research you have done. So it means that 5 to 7 young men can, or plus women, can organize themselves together and design a website that can feed young people. You understand? Seniors, food for seniors. So food for seniors can be an entrepreneurial project that 5 to 6 people can come together, develop a website, have a logo, and then reach out on social media to senior citizens who the only way they communicate with the world right now, especially in the United States, are through the internet and phones. Now, your services you will render now will be, you can pick up grocery for them, you can pick up food for them, which they must have at all times. You can also pick up medications for them and return to their doorsteps with it. And for this, you can charge $10 to $15, for each services. So why am I saying this? Because we have extensive internet services here in the United States. It may be easy for people to do, but the young man who needs an entrepreneurial mindset must have a skill in IT, must have a skill in computer, must at least be able to be friendly with someone that can develop a website, if at all he doesn't have, must be able to partner with people, with his friend, 1 or 2 of his friends, who will definitely have a vehicle so that you can easily carry yourself along or mobilize yourself along to go and drop off these things at the elderly place. So the priority for a young man who in a pandemic doesn't have a job, but understands fully well that there is a target audience that will need food. There's a target audience as a result of this COVID that cannot come out, but we need to get basic things. That is enough for you to create a business model, to help people. Now that priority will be different in Africa. In Africa, where there are no good internet network, where transportation may be challenging because there are no good roads, where government may not even be able to deliver palliatives for you if you are not in any political party, or you are not a sycophant, or you are not one of them. So what then is your option as an African? Your option as an African will be to look at other areas where your people are being badly affected. What are the areas in Africa currently now that may need an entrepreneurial mindset, or a young man coming together as a cooperative or as an individual that has a bit of fund? Those areas are the areas of education, the areas of security, the areas of service delivery. Why am I saying this? The area of education, we definitely know that most schools in Africa have been closed. And for the last 6 months to 7 months, many of the young people in the elementary and the high school were not able to access education. That disruption in education, we know, will cost a lot. Now, we equally know, especially like in my country, that 80% of the education in the elementary school are paid for by parents, because the government institutions do not work. So it means that there is a willing parent who is ready to fund and pay. Yeah, hello?
Hello?
Yes, okay. Can I go on? I'm almost rounding up.
Yes, you may continue.
Yes, so like I said, I'm giving the priority for an African, or for a less advanced nation. So we know fully well that for developing nation or less advanced nation, internet access is a challenge. Access to funds to fund projects are a challenge. Infrastructure is just close to nothing, if not lacked. But that does not stop you from becoming an entrepreneur. That does not stop you from being creative, because entrepreneurial mindset means you have to be creative. You have to understand and do the research of the problems caused by the pandemic, or problems that you are currently having, and find innovative ways that you can be able to address them. So I gave an example of the African situation where educational institutions have been locked down for many months and people cannot have access to them, where security is a challenge, where people cannot go to market, people cannot sell, people cannot live in peace and harmony. So one of the ways you can address that issue, especially in the area of education, is to look at your community. Your community is a community where I'm taking my case study here is Nigeria. Nigeria is a nation where 80% of the elementary system are all paid for by private schools, and about 20% are government-funded schools. You know, and the private school seems to be the only one that have basic standards, you know, and their outcome for all their students are way much better than the government school. So young people in the educational sector can come together. 2 or 3 or 4 of you can come together. You know, you must have somebody that has an IT compliant mindset too, and develop a curriculum for an online teaching platform. So that online teaching platform will require you going to your local authority or going to your regional authority and getting their curriculum, and then digitalizing all the curriculum, you know, into your platform, and then reaching out to all these parents, you know, and telling them that we can still maintain your kids rather than them staying at home not doing anything. They can still continue to mark time, pending the time the government get their acts together and return to school, you know. Another thing, another business mindset for Africans are in the area of service delivery. So most of the Africans that we know feed from hand to mouth. They have to leave their house and go out there and hustle, or go out there and make funds for themselves, or make ends meet. One of the businesses that seems to strive very well is what we call the eatery business, or the restaurant business, or the catering business, as is being defined. Now, the catering business has been impacted because people cannot gather together, but that does not stop the caterer from developing a website, or for having a phone directory, or for going on TV and advertising that you can call this particular line and you can request or order for your meal, and the meal can be transported to you in a safe way. So the point I'm trying to make, that for a young person now, the opportunity that the pandemic has given to you is an opportunity for you to be creative, for you to harness your passion and your talent and your skill. You cannot be an entrepreneur if you do not have a skill, or you've not learned a skill, or you've not researched the problems within your locality and look for the evidence-based global best practices and see how you can domesticate it to suit your locality. You not domesticating technology, you not domesticating your challenges to suit the peculiarity of your region. It's like an African wearing a winter jacket in a temperate region or in a desert. You will only end up killing yourself. So you must be able to understand that your environment may be different, but the general atmosphere is shared by all. And it is unless you get that knowledge and turn it in such a way to fit your region will be better. I will rest also. I'll summarize by saying that young people also need to take leadership. Young people also need to create platforms to support themselves. They must also be able to elect people that will fit into an agenda that can help them harness and access funds for those in the areas or in the continents where funds cannot be accessed. That way, I believe that we'll be able to build youthful entrepreneurial mindsets that can address the challenges of the time in the pandemic, and also prepare the future for our children, because the youth today is an adult of tomorrow. So you being youthful means you ensuring that the vitality and the life you have, you are using it to create sustainable development or sustainable projects and ventures for those you love and share. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel, for sharing. Truly interesting. So if anybody were to have any questions, we would be able to unmute now, and Mr. Daniel could take these questions until 10:19. If not, we will move on to our third section and third panelist. But In the meantime, if you have any questions, please drop your comments below. And until then, I will move on to our third panelist. So our third panelist is Dr. John Aliyu Adavuruku. He is a public policy analyst with 17 years of experience in the classroom, settling across primary, secondary, and tertiary levels of education in Nigeria. He is a public policy analyst as well, and he presents lectures and serves as an examination officer in the Department of Public Administration. Kogi State Polytechnic, Lokoja, Nigeria. John supervises research projects and carries out research works in a special interest in education-related policies in Nigeria and in the continent of Africa. So Dr. John, please welcome yourself to this conference, and you will have 2 minutes for a short, detailed introduction, 20 minutes of a presentation, and 5 minutes of a Q&A. We will be shooting to end around 10:50 p.m. or a.m. I apologize. Dr. John, if you are with us, you may begin.
All right. Can you hear me from there?
Yes, we are able to hear you.
Can you hear me from there?
Yes. Yes, we are able to hear you.
This is John Aliyu from Nigeria. It's all right. First, I want to appreciate the organizers and the commission of this all-important workshop or conference. I'm saying so because at the time we are, wealth is as important as health. And I want a healthy society without wealth. Neither can a healthy society enjoy its health without, its wealth without health. It's on this note that I want to come in a well thought out team and an all important as a result of the outbreak that is suitable for the time and season, which is the new norm, which has held nations across the world captive for a very long time. I want to be sure you are hearing me clear. Thank you. I want to be sure you are hearing me clear.
Yes, but
yes, we are able to hear you, but it is a bit spotty due to the connection. So we hear you a bit in and out.
Can I go on now? Okay. All right, can I go on now?
Yes, we can hear you right now.
All right, I have been asked to speak on the... It's okay. All right, I have been asked if the COVID-19 pandemic on the educational infrastructure in the continent of Africa, with emphasis on the Nigerian experience. The outbreak of the pandemic, let me start by saying that it's almost became a threat to the educational system in Nigeria or the continent of Africa, in the sense that as its inception, many didn't believe that we could have confirmed cases, as well as there were 500 dead cases. But with that as it may, the leaders of destruction of World Health Organization, especially 20,000 confirmed cases, instruction of government as a way of preventing the spread of the pandemic. And to key into this instruction is to shut down schools across the nations at all levels, ranging from primary, secondary, and the tertiary level of education. And educational system was completely shut down. And as a matter of fact, even though some schools are gradually reopening, I want to submit that the effect of the pandemic, especially as it affects the educational sector, will live with us for a long time. And hope that conscious effort will be put in place to get this right within the shortest period of time. Well, as it were, we were not prepared as Africa. We're not prepared for alternative, platform of learning, especially the e-learning platform. We have been used to the classroom platform of learning or methodology for passing knowledge. As a result of the outbreak of the pandemic, we were forced or compelled to introduce the e-learning platform, which is expected to be a platform that will be adopted by educators or instructors to engage their students from their various homes. But as it is peculiar to African nations and Nigeria in particular, that alternative platform of e-learning was faced with a number of challenges, which made it not to be successful in very many parts of Africa and Nigeria in particular. You equally agree with me that I want to submit here that sometimes when scholars, policy influencers look at Africa as a country in discussing issues that cut across the continent. But I want to say here that Africa as a continent is made up of a number of countries or nations that have their differences in terms of demography, topography, culture, historical background, the economies, the politics, and so on and so forth. So it is on this note that I have chosen to adopt Nigeria as a case study to understudy or to discuss in era. All right, you see, in engaging our students from their various homes, a lot of issues arose, a lot of factors, ranging from issue of power, electricity, issue of connectivity to internet facilities, and other amenities structures that would have aided effective, efficient management of the e-learning. Let me say that there was a widespread recognition that technology will play an important role in the future. Yes, no doubt there's a number of challenges. I want to believe and submit also the outbreak of the pandemic and the experience we have gathered so far, surely if we are maximized, we surely take up of our economy. Right? So schools across Africa, especially in Nigeria, introduce the e-learning platform whereby the teachers or educators were expected to engage their students or their pupils from their various homes. Our findings in recent time shown that less than 20 or 30% of the students have access to Android devices of facilities such as the phone, the iPad, the laptop, and so on and so forth. And then obviously, if as a teacher, only less than 30% of your students are getting along with your learning platform, I do not think it's a good one at that. So on this note, I will say that one of the major effects or one of the negative effects is lack or absence of access to facilities that could facilitate the e-learning platform. One of it is what I just mentioned, the devices like phones, the iPad, the laptop, the palm tool, and water. Those things were not readily available. As such, it makes it very, very difficult. A large number of us the e-learning platform. Also, we have the rural dwellers among us. they really do not have electricity. They are completely disconnected. I have this experience of having a number of my students to borrow devices or phones to, to key into the e-learning platform. And a gross shortage of power supply, and they are not able to get connected, and they don't. Many of them are detached from the realities, the effort being put in place by both the government and the private sector to engage our learners via the e-learning platforms. Also, we discovered that the government will do more in tackling the effect of COVID-19 in the education sector. They could collaborate with international community and even the private sector, especially the service provider, to have a way of subsidizing the and the means of accessing internet network that will e-learning platform to engage learners as a way of helping them get more. Also, we see that even when those things are made available, access to it is also an issue, because a number of trainers or the educators were not really trained, and so they were not prepared for this season or the issue that we have in our hand. So I also suggest that as a way of pulling out of this effect, we will have to policymakers and policy influencers and government alike will have to design such training program that will develop and bring up our educators to enable them to cope with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we will have to design such platform and curriculum or modules that will really help us to engage the teachers or the instructors as a way of helping them to brace up and meet up with the demands. And then also, we will have to focus on the involvement of international donors in the area. They should do an on-the-spot assessment, reach out to such communities, such villages, such places, and understand their peculiar challenges, peculiar issues that can be addressed, instead of making such donations whose impacts are not really felt by the targeted beneficiaries of such donations. Efforts should be put in place by such donors to ensure that feasibility studies is being carried out to really tackle such real issues that are on ground, to enable the rural dwellers, especially the rural learners, as it were, or students in the rural area, to be able to key into such platforms that have been put in place to engage learners in order as a way of covering up what have been lost in the period of total closure of schools, as it were. And we also saw that there's no doubt about it that it's established that the long period of closure of schools at all levels has in a way negatively affected the academic calendar, such that most schools upon reopening of the system are still struggling and trying to measure up and to meet up as a way of meeting up with the learning processes, taking exams, and ensuring that the academic calendar is carefully adjusted and put in meet up with what they are expected to learn within the given academic session. As hello. Okay.
Yes, we are able to hear you.
Okay. Now, in trying to round up, I made a number of submissions. There's a number of issues that came up from the little study I have done on this subject matter. I would like to highlight a number of them. One of it is that there is a lack of access to technology which has to be considered, or which is being identified as a very big barrier or a major barrier for learning during the pandemic period or the COVID-19 period. It's also observed that there's a widespread closure of guideline that was released by the World Health Organization. Okay, so the early childhood and primary level students are seen to be most likely to be disadvantaged here by the crisis and least likely to be able to access the technology required for learning, especially those who are spread across the length and breadth of African community, especially in Nigeria, as stated earlier. Well, I also observed that as much as possible, governments in collaboration with private, individuals engage in a number of television and radio programs that are educationally inclined. But be that as it were, like I mentioned earlier, the non-availability of a number of these amenities didn't allow the rural dwellers access to such programs as a way of keying into it to be to benefit from such platform of learning. A large majority of our educators, as said earlier, have not received financial support for teaching and learning tools to help them continue teaching in the crisis, and so do not feel there has been sufficient preparation to help them adopt. I also say that in the area of finance, most educators or teachers were left on their own in that period of the pandemic, and this in a way has affected their interest and their ability to get their students engaged from their various homes using the e-learning platform. Financially, they were not being supported as a way of helping their students to engage them in learning, even while the long break lasted as a result of the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. I also want to say that be that as it may, as much as the challenges are here with us that came out of the COVID-19, I want to say that it's better transformation, reorganization, repositioning of our educational system in Nigeria and in Africa in general. Like I said from the beginning, let me also say that, let me add that the effect of this outbreak, of this pandemic, will not leave us in a hurry. They are going to be here for a long time. So leaders, political leaders across the continent of Africa should begin to strategize and think of the best way to live with it and to come out of it gradually. And while we are still here, I would like to suggest that conscious and deliberate effort must be put in place to ensure that the educational system in Africa becomes better than ever, especially in Nigeria and in Africa, as it were. Emphasis should be laid on training and retraining of teachers or educators, so to equip them to cope with the new normal where we have found ourselves. If all these things is being put in place, infrastructurally too, where you will see that a number of schools in Africa or in Nigeria, for example, they are not even having access to light or electricity, as the case may be. A number of facilities are not there. And so while we are here, I would like to submit also that there will be a need for our school system to be upgraded such that the e-learning platform can now continue side by side with the classroom platform for learning. As a matter of fact, before now, I said that we were never used to the e-learning platform of learning. We were just being used to the classroom platform. But the outbreak of the pandemic have taken us further to make use of the e-learning platform, and as it is, we can now use it to complement the the classroom platform, so that the two can go side by side. And more so, it was obvious that science-related programs and technical-related subjects could not really thrive on using the e-learning platform, as a lot of practical exercises are required. So on this note, as much as the e-learning have its own place in the growth and development of the educational system, the classroom, platform must be upheld, and it must be
Mr. John, I think we're losing you.
I think we lost him.
Yeah, I believe that we have lost Dr. John. Let me see if he is, yes. Yeah, I no longer see him in the panel section. We were heading towards the end of our program, at least panel 1 anyways. So in the meantime, while we wait for Dr. John to come back and give his closing statements, if anybody were to have any questions for any of the previous panelists, we will be open to take those in the chat as well as on mic now. Oh yes, I see Mr. John now. He is back. So Mr. John, if you were able to unmute and give your closing regards, we would greatly appreciate it. Dr. John, are you able to unmute? You are currently on mute, so if you're able to hit the microphone icon on your screen and unmute, you'll be able to give your closing statements. Yes, Dr. John, you are currently unmuted, so you are able to continue and give your closing remarks.
Okay.
Yes, there we go. We have got you back.
Are you hearing me, please?
Yes, we are now able to hear you again.
No. Okay. Oh, okay. It's okay. Thank you very much. As a way of closing my presentation, I recommend that the African leaders should do more in the area of making funds available, sufficient funds available to help the educational system to recover fast from the effect the curriculum or the module for learning at all levels of education as a way of enabling the learners to bridge the gap and between the e-learning platform and the classroom platform. We equally suggest that sufficient training and development programs should be put in place for the teachers and the educators alike in order to enable them cope with the demand of the new normal. Thank you very much. God bless.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. John. We have about 5 minutes left in our panel 1. So if anybody would like to take this time to ask any more questions to any of the 3 panelists, you would be able to do so. If not, this will conclude panel number 1.
And they can unmute themselves, please, because I sent invites to unmute.
Right. Yes, you will be able to unmute if you have any questions.
Okay. I actually thought I should give a little time to take question and answer, as it were.
Yeah, can I ask some questions?
Yes, definitely. You are able to ask your question.
Oh, okay, Mr. John, particularly concerning creating environment facilities for the growth of the e-learning system. Because from your council, you are actually looking at the point of view where the government is supposed to be actually involved, maybe to develop the infrastructure. So, but from the university point of view, from the tertiary institutions or the institutions' point of view, are the management of the institution doing anything in this regards, considering the fact they witnessed firsthand the menace or the challenges of the platform? What's the academic environment particularly doing to contain these challenges outside what government can do? Because they are the first, they have this experience the first hand. So what are the management of the colleges, the universities, the tertiary institutions doing in this regard to contain these challenges? Is there anything in that regard, and what should be done? Did you get my question?
Dr. John, have you heard the question? If so, you are able to answer.
It's okay. Very well. It's all right. Yeah, you will agree with me that most schools in Nigeria, especially the tertiary institution, the schools left on their own to make use of what they have at their disposal in the area of resources to cope with. What I observe is that schools are now coming up with such facilities as resource centers or ICT, as you may call it, information communication technology centers, and they have a number of desktops, and they have wireless networks within their campuses to enable both students and lecturers to learn electronically. Most schools I have visited and I have contacted via friends and research partners, confirm to me that schools are there, and with the little resources available, were able to mount such facilities as those ICT centers, that those facilities put in place are grossly inadequate. They are not sufficient. Where you have a population of 1,000 students and you have a facility that have just about 2 to 3, PC, you will agree with me that a learning process will not be effective and efficient as it were. So schools are managements or internal managements of institutions in Nigeria are putting up their. Know that I charge the government at all levels to collaborate with these institutions as a way of expanding such facilities to enable them cope with the demand of the new normal much.
I think his internet is so challenging.
Yes, unfortunately, we were not able to receive much of that answer, but I do hope from what we were able to receive that answered some of your question.
Yeah, I just want to add to Mr. John. In Nigeria, the problem basically is that the government is actually not budgeting, making education a priority when computing their budgets. When you look at the budget and see what is allocated to education, it's a child's play. So I think for me, the onus is not on the school management the institution management, but the government. If the government should actually do more, I think the school and the students would be properly abreast and would study well and catch up with the e-learning platform. Thank you.
Hello, Christian. Just to also, hello, Christian.
Yes, hello. Hello?
Yes, hello, Christian. Just to add to what the panelists have said.
Yes.
Another important thing that people need to realize when you're talking about education is the content of what you are teaching these kids.
Right.
You are teaching these kids to think it's all about garbage. They'll only be producing garbage. So the definition for education is actually enlightenment. How your enlightened state of mind can allow you to identify local problems within your area using all the information on all the global researched material to finding solution to them. So I think the content of what you are teaching the kids are equally important. So if in the last 30 years, what you've been teaching kids are how to build satellites that can enhance internet services, how to send cubic satellite to space that can help advance networking. If you've been teaching them and grooming them on how to create content, how to address financial transaction issues, computer-based stem cell technology, stem cell ideas, in the next 30, 20 years, many of all the challenges we are seeing in education will water down. So the content of what we teach our kids are important. That's why one of the most important content must be entrepreneurial mindset. Do not groom kids to think they are looking out for government jobs that have not existed for the last 30 years. Because at the end of the day, what you think is education for them is a waste. So what we are having is recycled old archaic knowledge. Whatever they taught them in 1974 is where they are still remaining. Hence the need, they do not have internet. Hence the need, they not enlighten the populace. The populace have not gotten enlightenment enough to elect people who should know by now in 21st century that internet access should have been broad spectrum. So my point still remains this, that whatever we're going to teach these kids is what they're going to bring out. So, and it's what they're going to use to influence their environment. Rather than we wait until they become reactionary, upset and angry, that they've not used their potential to the fullest, which is always the basis for agitations. All agitations and protests across the world has always been that their potential or the expectation that they need have not been met, and that they are being stifled or they are being suppressed. And not a function of the education alone, it's a function of the systemic way we have groomed them to develop content, to express themselves. So I still believe that if our educational contents are prioritized, if African educational system are coned down to 3 or 4 points, agriculture, education, science, health, and we focus on that and spend money for research on those areas, I believe that we'll be able to move away from being always asking for donations and now being the ones delivering services for our people. And then finally, the Sustainable Development Goal, which is the template that global leaders across the world agreed upon to be the ones to push our people out of poverty, to be able to address the issue of energy, address the issue of inclusiveness, address the issue of collaboration and other global matters like climate change, have not been taken seriously over the years. So we should return to those models on the Sustainable Development Goal, and we should truly be able to put our mouth where our money, our money is. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you so much for that point. And I have no other choice but to agree with what you've just said. We currently stand at 1 more minute left in our panel number 1. We are able to take maybe one final question if anybody were to have one. If not, then that would conclude our panel. Feel free. We are able to fit in about one more question. Okay, so if not, that will conclude panel number 1, and that would also conclude my time as your moderator. So before I depart, I would like to thank everybody for tuning in today and giving me the opportunity to speak with you all. It is very insightful, and I hope that you all have a wonderful day, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much, Christian, for the wonderful work. Thank you so much, the panelists, for interesting discussions. We apologize for network issues, and I guess John was able to exactly show the difficulties that the continent is experiencing, and then especially in this time of also e-learning. So the next panel is going to be modeled by Daniel. Daniel, are you on the air?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. Yes,
Okay.
you're all welcome to the second panel that we have for today. My name is Daniel Buji. I'll be the moderator. Now, the second panel theme or topic is this: harmonizing our communities with a view of ensuring better police reform, public awareness, mental health challenges, addressing the issue of women in rural entrepreneurship phase, and the general politics. And on our panel today, the first person on our panel today is Lieutenant Colonel Terry Logan. Lieutenant Colonel Terry Logan is a senior officer as a security personnel with the Bureau of Court Services. He has an extensive years of practice, numbering about 30 years, where he heads the division for warrant unit. He was, before he retired, the deputy sheriff and also the commander of the specialized service division and the deputy sheriff captain, assistant bureau chief for field operation in the US. And then he also has academic background in liberal arts with an extensive understanding and a postgraduate knowledge in computer science and criminal justice. He is also a perfect gentleman with an impeccable knowledge on community policing, and he'll share his idea on how best we can build and maintain, adequate community policing in such a way that we can be able to create a better world. Commander Terry, please, you are welcome to the conference. You have your 2 minutes to give your introductory bio on yourself, and then you have 15 minutes to deliver your presentation and a 5 minutes relaxation time to digest the questions by your audience. You're welcome, sir, and God bless you.
God bless you also. Good morning, all. Thank you to the host. Thank you to the organizers and those distinguished panel members that have come before me. I want to say, I won't take any time in going over my background. The host has done that in a way that has made me proud, and I appreciate it. I will just jump right into things from the start. When we talk about police reform, whether it's in the United States or any other country, we first must look at one core view.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, sir. Sorry for the break. Go ahead. You have the floor, sir.
Not a problem at all. First, want to restart by saying police reform, whether it's in the United States or in any other country, we must first look at what the government's view is as a whole in dealing with police reform. Because if that government, whether it's a dictatorship or a democracy, plays a vital part in how we look, how we view, and how we attack this issue. a dictatorship also can be in a democracy. We in the United States, and I'm using the United States as a model, we are quasi, what you could say, supposedly democracy. But in certain areas, certain states, certain jurisdictions, they have dictatorships, which in many times need to be broken and reestablished in a way that reflects all people's views. One issue that has come up during these times is about defunding the police or defunding law enforcement. I first ask why. That's a vital point. You must know why you're trying to do something before you do it. The why is very important in the sense of, if you do this, what is the reverberation throughout the community and the country at large? I look at defunding the police in a way of saying, if you defund a certain situation, and let's take law enforcement off the table. Let's look at medicine. If one doctor gives a wrong diagnosis or commits malpractice against one, do we defund all of medicine? We should not defund all of medicine. We should attack and improve the issue we have with the one or many doctors, or in my case, law enforcement, that are creating this issue. So first, let's look at that. When you also defund the agency, you have to remember there's good and bad to everything. So if you defund, you're not just allegedly hurting those officers who are not doing their job properly and serving and protecting everybody. You're hurting those who do the right thing every day, those officers who believe in serving and protect. Each and every day they put their uniform on. So first, again, let's ask the question, why to defund? I would say you're better off in your reallocation of funds. When I say reallocation of funds, I mean vote. Voting is the best way to reallocate any resources to better benefit the total good of all who they serve. If we don't get out here and vote, you would have the same corruption, the same mismanagement, the same arrogance, and the same disregard to human life that you see each and every day on the news and in your own personal lives. It will continue. That's why the vote is so important. Those who are in power, if they're not doing the right thing for the community, you need to get them out of power. And the fastest way to get them out of power is the vote. Your local law enforcement are dictated by those who are in charge, whether it's a governor, county exec, mayor, who have it. Those are the ones who are ultimately in charge and oversee everything. But it's up to us to make sure that we do our part in having a voice in who serves and protects us. Another point I would like to bring up is law enforcement officers, which I served and protect for over 30 years as a part of that great fraternity. Any law enforcement, the first thing you should be asking them, who are you serving? Are you serving yourself or are you serving the public? See, when a person goes for a job, a lot of times they're serving themselves, not in a way that's contrary to anything, but you're serving yourself to be able to eat, fend for yourself. In law enforcement, it's totally different, in my opinion. It's not the same type of job where you're just serving yourself, because you take an oath to serve and protect everyone, no matter what race, creed, or color, or orientation they are. Your oath is to serve everyone. And when you stop serving everyone, you're no longer, in my opinion, a law enforcement officer. You're not what is supposed to be representation of why you were hired and why you put on that badge and represent your community. The officer who ultimately is entrusted to serve and protect the community must feel a partnership with that community it serves, or he serves and protect. And when I say partnership, you can't serve and protect somebody you don't know about. You can't serve and protect anyone you don't feel a kinship with or have some type of interaction with. You can't serve and protect in a car and not speak to the community. You can't serve and protect walking down the street and not engaging young people each and every day you're on this job. If you're not engaging someone in your community in law enforcement, as an officer, you're doing a disservice to your agency. Because it's one of the fundamental things about being a law enforcement officer. You have the ability to talk to everyone and anyone at any given time. And your interactions dictate how they perceive you and how you also perceive them. So I always tell young cadets, officers under my command, I said, I asked them, what is your greatest weapon in dealing with the public? A lot of them will say, oh, my mace, my gun, my baton. And I look at them and say, no, your greatest weapon in dealing with the public is your mouth. The words that come out your mouth can cut or they can heal. They can soothe. They can also bring justice. They can also bring comfort. So if a law enforcement officer does not use the most important tool in his or her vocabulary as far as arsenal, then they shouldn't be in law enforcement. I would also say that in order to better serve our community each and every day, the training of law enforcement officers must be done in a way that they understand that service and protection of those in their community is the utmost. Serve and protect. That's the first thing that you say in your oath, to serve and protect your community. As a law enforcement officer, that should be first and foremost each and every day you put that uniform on. It should be on the forethought of your mind when you engage those you serve and protect. You can't choose when and where to serve and protect. That should be 24/7, 7 days a week. That is not the officer's right not to serve. No, you took an oath to serve. And that is something that I just can't express how deeply I feel about that. I did not serve almost 30 years in my agency to not serve and protect. Those who come before me, those who could not read and write, those who were killed for even thinking about trying to read or write, that's who I serve and protect. That's why I'm here today. So in law enforcement, We have to continue those fights of those who are not here, who cannot protect themselves. The reason why you put that uniform on is to protect those and is to serve those who cannot do for themselves in those situations. And I'll say this in closing, law enforcement has to evolve. Law enforcement must evolve. And with the community's help, and with everybody standing in unison of making things better, it will evolve. And with saying that, I thank you for my time, and I'll take any questions regarding this topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel Terry, for that wonderful summarization of what police reform should be. And I love how you started by saying police reform is not only a thing for the advanced nation, it should be a thing for every caliber of government, whether you are a dictator, whether you're a democracy. But what is more important about police reform is you look at what the authority or the operating government are defining as police reform, so that you as the electorate can elect people or can create the change that is required so that they better understand what it means to be involved. And I like the way you are able to explain that communicating content of what police reform needs to be is equally as important. When you distinguish between defunding and reallocating, and you stress that reallocating is a better attribute or a better adjective or adverb for that context, because you are concentrating resources now in making sure policing is done at the community level. And there can never be a good policing system if you don't have trust from what you said. And the individual entity, you as a person and your family, must begin to have moral and ethical values, if at all we intend to ensure a better policing system. I have some few questions that have been sent to me via the YouTube platform that you can address. I don't know if you're ready, sir. Let me go ahead. You still have like 4 minutes. If you have any questions you want to ask Lieutenant Terry, I think we should ask. And this topic is a very important topic because back home in my country, we're having problems with police reforms. And his explanation on how to source for adequate trust amongst the community seems to be a defining term across board. The question I have for you from my side before we take from the floor is this. Please ask, thank you, moderator, for the summary. Please ask Lieutenant Colonel Terry, what happens if the government of the day still refuses, even when we have elected our representative? What can we do? I think the question is, we've done all we need to do. We've elected our representative, yet we are not still able to get the dividend of adequate policing that is unbiased. What should be our next line of action? Over to you, sir.
That's an excellent question, because that happens a lot of the time. That you go down that road, you do what is right in trying to create that change, and you look forward to that change, and that change does not happen because a lot of times the people that we put or think we put into that change does not enlist that change. It's still going to be up to us. We can never stop fighting for change. Even when we find out we're not being represented in the fashion that we thought we were going to be by our vote or by our say in the change, we must continue to elicit that change regardless of if that change is occurring slowly or tremendously. Never lose sight. The fight is never ending. So in response to that question, I would say it's very frustrating when you're up against those situations, but the last thing we should never, ever do is stop fighting, stop wanting change. The enemy always will put obstacles in front of you. And the reason why they put obstacles in front of you, because they want you to stop fighting. They want you to be frustrated with what is going on. And the only way you can stop that is to continue to fight. Because if they see you continue to fight, they're going to get tired and stop resisting the fight. Sometimes change may take a day. Sometimes change may take a year. Sometimes change may take 50 years. But the main thing is we have to keep fighting for these changes. And don't let one situation dictate your outcome or our total outcome. And I hope I've answered that question.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I think you have made it clear that do not despair, do not be frustrated, explore all the peaceful available opportunity to continue to insist. The idea is to maintain, to sustain, and continue to insist against all. Do you have another question, sir? Is there anyone on the floor that has a question before I ask him the next question? We have just about 2 minutes before I introduce the next person.
Yeah, I have a question. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, LT Colonel. Let's allow Lieutenant Colonel Roland. Let's allow Udeme to ask the question. Udeme, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm from the Movement for New Nigeria. We're trying to see how we can change the narrative in the political landscape here. So, Terry, my question is, in climes where votes don't count, as evident in some African countries, what can citizens apply to check leadership excesses? Because the fact is, security agencies, law enforcement officers take orders from their leaders. So how do citizens check their leaders' excesses? Because in some of the African countries, for example, Nigeria, where I come from, votes don't count in the elections.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. In countries where there is more dictatorship than democracy and your vote does not count, it is very difficult. I wouldn't sit up here and tell you that it's not. It is very difficult. But the bottom line is, even in those areas, uniting everyone for a common goal, no matter the obstacle, is still the only way.
Yeah.
We can't escape that. We have to stay course. You know, as things go on, the only way to change them is to stay the course. If we don't stay the course, even though how difficult it is, those things will never change. You look over 200 something years of what this country has gone through, change was slow. South Africa, change was slow. You went from a dictatorship to where a person felt because the rise of a voice kept coming. It kept coming. It was never extinguished. And as long as we understand, if we don't let anybody extinguish our voice, sooner or later that voice will be heard. And the more people that you get together to hear that voice, the louder you will be. And we're talking not just from your country, but from other countries. And see, that's the key. When everyone bands together for the cause. You know, it's simple when you isolate a group. What they say, conquer and divide. The thing is, we cannot be divided in this. We must all come together, no matter what country you're from, come together as one to help voice those impressions and look at it from what your vantage are. What can I do to help? And everybody can help. So it's difficult, very difficult. I would never say it's not, but continue to unify and continue amongst the tyranny.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. And to Deme, just like he said, it's the principle of commonality. you must ensure people are still bounded together, even against odds. Even at some point, dictators fear when people become united, because that's where the problem is. So they try so hard to split. So the teaching is this: continue to insist on those good things. Continue to insist that your rights be respected. So the final question before we call it a day. Thank you, moderator, for this present. I really like what Lieutenant Colonel Rowland is saying, but I want him to speak to an idea people are raising. Shouldn't there be a global council on police matter, just like we have in the United Nations, where police matters across board can be done, and the rules given to countries to domesticate in their place? Should political parties, what is your view on political parties teaching their candidates they put forward, whether the president, governor, or the local leaders, on what policing modalities they entail? And what do you think we should be doing in training our officers, as you insist that there needs to be an evolution? I think it's a lot of question. He says you insist there needs to be a lot of evolution. Everybody needs to elevate his mindset, and there should be complete change from what we used to do. What is your position on training officers to evolve? Then on political parties, when they bring their candidates for in any of the political parties across board, whether Nigeria, whether Mali, whether Kenya, should we not have those candidates telling us what their concept of policing information is? Then finally, policing reform requires commitment on every place. Why shouldn't we have a council or a general body, just like the UN, that can draw down what standard universal policing should be, and then people now domesticate it there, and people can bring their case there? I think these are the three questions, then we'll call it a day, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, then. Thank you so much for the question. I'll take the first part. A universal council to address police reform or police matters throughout the world. It is a great idea. I would support it. The only issue you have is, will you get the support from the other nations?
Oh, yeah, that's a problem.
Come together. And when you're bringing something like that to the table, egos must be put to the side. Everybody's egos must be put to the side, and the ideas should take front and center. I would welcome if that was the case, because then you can bring all nations together. They can talk about the different avenues of policing, which in some smaller groups and venues, they do have that interaction. I know I've been a part of them, some intercontinental focus groups on policing from abroad to the United States. But if you had everybody with their ideas come together and sitting there, and a way to enforce that, see, that's most importantly, we would have to find a mechanism of how you would enforce it. Being able to talk about it and being able to put those ideas together is one thing, but what would be the enforcement mechanism to trigger that? If there was an incident of unjust and unruly police enforcement in a certain country, what would be the mechanism to address it? And I would say right now, I don't think that would happen, because countries don't want other countries interfering with how they rule, because then you might consider the United States invading another country because of police reform. How would that look? So you would have to have something put together to where there was an understanding, a type of accord that a treaty is made to address those issues and allow countries to intervene on one another's behalf to address those issues. As far as the second question, absolutely right. Your candidates should articulate their positions on police reform and how they see policing. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it.
Yeah.
Because why are they running? Why do they want that position? They're your public servant. So they should be able to articulate why they want to serve you. That's first of all. The reason why you're running is not to serve self, but to serve others. So again, make sure that you ask those questions. And if they don't want to answer them, then you know that's not the person for the job. On the last question, dealing with training to be specific, and I will look at this, all training can't fit every group. You have to look in certain areas and adapt how people are and adjust your training to those demographics. You can have how you treat people as the standard, but then engaging certain people, because certain people have different cultures of how you can engage them. And certain religious groups, I just can't walk up to you and hug you or shake your hand. We have to be mindful of one another. That's why training has to be an evolution of learning about one another, brothers and sisters, learning about one another's community partners, willing to understand what makes us different, but also what brings us together. And in saying that, I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for all those that have given us questions. Thank you so much. We've come to the end as we introduce the next speaker. Please still hang around. If we still have extra time, we'll be able to attend to you. But you've been a blessing for a lot of people. Thank you so much.
Well, blessings and thank you for the time.
We'll call on the next speaker. And I think this is a section that we will all like, because the topic for the next one is on mental health. We'll be looking at how important mental health is, especially at a time like this. And it would be nice to bring an expert who will dive into that. So, and the topic we'll be going into will be handled by Dr. Roderick Wallington. He is from Maryland, and he's an expert with 25 years experience in mental health, mental being and mental advocacy and mental health. His topic will be on therapeutic healing and making mental wellness a priority for a time like this. He's someone that we all need to listen to, because at a time like this is when people start to drift into despair, hopelessness, and frustration. He's very committed. He wants you to know that you are not alone in this journey in life, and that his priority is to ensure a positive outcome for you. Dr. Wellington, over to you for your presentation and your topic. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone, and thank you for that warm introduction. I really appreciate that. Yes, we all know, as the doctor said, I've been in mental health for over 25 years, dealing with individuals, families, you name it, corporations here in the metropolitan area of Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. And I have a practice in the state of Maryland, and also work for the health department for the state of Maryland, and also a professor at Bowie State University, teaching young budding therapists that we want to come out and help the community as well. And as we know, we are in trying times globally right now. You know, our lives already are filled with strife and life of death, marriage, relationships, children. We deal with things on a regular basis. People come to therapy on a regular basis because they're having a lot of difficult times in their life. But now the whole world is dealing with something all together at the same time. Some universal individuals are dealing with it differently than others, as we all see portrayed in the media all the time. But what we know, that there is always hope, that nothing lasts forever, and that this too shall change. And so we have to be on the course of making sure we're doing what we have to do to make these things change. We know now globally there is over 8.5 million individuals that have succumbed to the form of pandemic of the COVID-19 disorder. We know that around the country, various individuals have died from it. Here in the United States alone, over 220,000 individuals have died for it. And that's unfortunately, and the numbers are continually to soar. Even yesterday, they had a total number of 82,000 just in one day here in the United States. So it's causing a lot of issues within the family. The economy has gone down. People are losing their jobs. There are people becoming homeless. There are people that don't have enough food to eat. And this is happening again globally, you all. And so what does that do? That plays on our psyche, because no one wants to be without a job. No one wants to be without food. But as we know again, hopefully we know it's not going to last forever. But what do we do in the meantime? What do we do to our mental psyche to help us? And one of the main things that I always tell people is always good to have a network, have a system in place. Whether you're calling your husband, you're calling your daughter, your son, or your mother, or your father, we need someone to communicate and help us through these hard times, because we can't do it alone. We know that one of the most known African tribes is that it takes a village to raise a family, to raise a child. So we need to connect to that village right now. I have roots, of course. We did our history of the Mambliki tribe in Cameroon. We have connections. We are all over the world, and which you all are doing now. You are connecting with individuals all over the world. We have to continue to do that. And what we have to know that there's an issue. We know who we are individually. I mean, especially when you're past 13 years of age, you know when you're not feeling well, you know when something is not going on right with you. So what you need to do is reach out to that community, reach out to that counselor, talk about these issues. And that's what I provide with services. I provide talk therapy. It is a catharsis and being able to come in and talk to someone about your daily issues, your daily struggles. Because what we do as therapists, we've been around for a while. We know what we can do to help you and how we can even suggest certain things. And the last thing I try to do is suggest medication, but there's so many other things that you can do before medication comes in. And I keep on the opinion on networking, because networking is so important. We need to do reading, do some everyone can't afford a therapist. We know that, so what we suggest sometimes for ones that can't, we suggest that you get on board your local social media, look at your Instagram pages or the Facebook individuals, journal, write down every day, write things, self-reflect and study about what's going on in your life. Practice mindful in some capacity about what your mind is taking on. You got to take care of your body, because if your body's not right and your mind not right, physically and psychologically, then you're not right. So what you have to do, you have to eat as you're supposed to. You have to sleep as you're supposed to. You have to get that appropriate sleep and rest and food enabled for your body to function. You have to create a support network again. You have to learn to yourself maintain boundaries. We all have boundaries in our life. We have to know what our boundaries are, and maintain them. You have to build trust with yourself and keeping your word to yourself. And sometimes you might break that word, but you got to practice again self-compassion when you slip and how to mess up and get back on the right track. My father used to always say, hey, son, if you get lost, go to the side, pull to the side, compose yourself, regain what you're doing, and get back on track. Ask questions. They always say a lot of times men don't like to ask questions. The same thing goes for therapy. Unfortunately, women are in therapy more than men, and they try to get their husband, their sons, their nephews to come to therapy, and it's sometimes a struggle. But one of my main things that I'm doing right now in the community is breaking the stigma for mental health for the African-American community, and especially males. Everybody for years is, oh, Uncle Sam, something wrong with Uncle Sam, or Uncle Sam, he's coming home from the military. No, we all have to embrace what it truly is. In order for us to get help, we have to address the issue. And so we talk to our sons, we talk to our nephews and say, hey, there's nothing unlike being a man that you asking for help. Because what's worse than not asking for help? Being 6 foot under. Who wants that for their child, for their family member? So the stress level, we know, again, here in the United States, they said the pandemic the winter is going to be one of the worst times. The second surge is coming on. So what's that going to mean? More people are going to lose their job. More people are going to become sick. More people, unfortunately, are going to die. And so that mental health component, if it's not right, we have to deal with it. I'm a human being as well. I have to understand what I can take and what I can't take. But what I do know is some things I cannot control. And those things that I cannot control, I reach out, whether it's to other clinicians within the practice or other people that I know that are expert in the area that helping me maybe with another client, or Mike could help me with myself, because I don't have the wherewithal to know everything all the time. but I've been around for a while. I know a lot, but you have to bring that person in to be able to want to help assistance, that want to have help and helping them in those areas. I do a lot of talk with suicide prevention, my expertise on suicide prevention for the African-American male. And most things that most people don't want or want to hurt themselves is because not what they believe about themselves, is what they believe other people believe about them. So what we have to tell them how important that might not be. You have to believe about yourself first and what you believe, who you are and what you are, especially if there's a spiritual component to yourself. Mental health now is becoming a lot about spirituality as well. All my clients, I definitely embrace them. I ask them, are you spiritually grounded? If not, that's your choice. But at the same token, we know that spirituality has a lot to do with the psyche and with the mental component of who we are as individuals. I know I am so grateful and thankful that my parents introduced me to that spiritual realm of our naturalization here on this earth. But at the same token, we all are combated with things over and over in our lives. And so what the talk therapy does and what it allows you to come out and talk about it. Because sometimes your thought process might not be in line with what you're thinking or why you're thinking that. And that's why the therapist is there to help you. To say, hey, Johnny, Sue, Murray, I hear that you're saying this, but let me tell you what things you can do to help you and coping mechanisms to help you with these fears. But again, the main issue that I want everyone that's to my listening ear to hear today is that networking with your family, your friends, and organization. Don't take this all in alone by yourself. Some things are just too overbearing for us to handle alone. I've been grateful enough to have a family of 12. My parents had 12 siblings. I had 7 brothers and 4 sisters. So I did not have to go far. We definitely had a village right within our own home. So I had 4 sisters I can go and talk to. I have brothers that I can go and talk to. So I had a network right there under my own roof. And I know it has resoundingly helped me throughout my life. And if everybody, yes, could have a network that I had, then I know everybody would be great, but everyone doesn't have that. And so you all, whatever communities you all are in, we have to start embracing each other as friends, as families, as a village. Again, we all are not able to afford a therapist, but we have to go over those things. So I want to, again, make sure that I said them at the beginning, but I want to make sure that you all heard the things that I said that we talked about. Again, you have to have a social network that you can refer to, whether it's some people not on social media, but find a newspaper or a news article or a news system that you can listen to on your social media. Read self-help books again. Have some type of reflection of yourself or your self-study. Practice mindfulness in some capacity. Take care of your body. The movement of sleeping and eating. Create a support network. Learn to self-maintain boundaries. Build trust with yourself by keeping your word to yourself. That's very important, very key. Trust yourself, you all. You know, also, natural being has some mechanisms that they give us for free. You know, it's called something about knowing what you believe in, what you feel, and you use that. Intuition, that self-intuition about what's going on around you. And that's what's going to help you keep you out of trouble as yourself. But sometimes, like you said, we got to keep our word, and sometimes we don't keep it. Don't beat yourself up too much about it because you wasn't able to keep your word, because things happen. They happen every day. And again, it's not what happened to us in our lives, it's how we deal with it. None of us could predict what would happen this last 7 or 8 months in February when the pandemic came to us. We didn't know it was going to happen. None of us. We were living our lives normally and going about our day, working and going to school or just taking care of the family and doing whatever you're supposed to do. But boom, it hit us. We can't take it back now. So what we have to do and realize is that we cannot control it, but some things we can control. Here in the United States, there's a tug of war we know about wearing a mask or not wearing a mask. You have to do what's best for yourself without even regulations from the government. The government is going to be around in every entity we have in this world. But there's yourself too, your self-government, how you govern yourself. If you want to stay and be in existence for the next 10, 15, 20, 50 years in your life, what is best for you? Especially we know psychologically and physically, we have underlying conditions. that are already there that's not helping a lot of individuals out. So they even more have to be very careful. And who is the pandemic hitting more? People of color. And we have to be embracing of that and being able to understand that. Because our mind, as we say, is a cliche, is a terrible thing to waste, but our mind is a powerful thing at the same token. And who's in control of our mind? Us from the start. Sometimes we let outside forces control us and take over us, but at the onside of it, we are the main manipulators of our mind. So what we choose to allow to come into our mind, we choose that. You can't handle certain news stations, certain news media, turn it off. You can't handle certain things that are coming from your family members, turn it off. You choose, especially as adults. Children, maybe sometimes they're forced to be manipulated by family members, their parents, or whatever. But we as adults, legally, of course, 18 to 21 years of age, we have that choice to what we allow to attempt to manipulate our mind. So I say to us all that are listening as well, do not allow the outside forces to manipulate your mind, especially if they're negative. We know when our body is trying to receive negative connotations or things for us to do. We know better. We've been taught better. Again, mental health is important. I continue to stress, talk about your feelings, listen to people. Don't stay in your room and be dormant in your room and not talk to anyone out. Even though the pandemic is keeping us bound in a certain location, limiting us to certain things we can do, but there's always a phone call away. There's always a Zoom call away. Talk to someone, everybody. Release what you're feeling. And those are the main issues I want to express and give to you all now. I definitely appreciate you, Dr.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. We have a lot of questions for you. That's why I don't want you to go. You still have 9 minutes. You've done well. And there are so many things. You do know you've loaded people with so many stuff because these are techniques that are very important. These are meditations they can do. You've highlighted the need to focus and be observant of their environment, be observant of terms, and you've told them strategy to tune off. Indeed, you are the professor of tuning off therapy, especially when you do not want to have things that can distort your thought process. And I must tell you specifically that it is possible to change life through thoughts from listening to you. The questions we have here are like this, sir. Moderator, thank you for always summarizing his point. I love what Dr. Wellington is saying. I am from Uganda. Now, the problem that I have is about building the social network. What if your social network are the ones that you need to turn off from? Where do you now go? And what is the role of spirituality, like you said? Because I'm a Christian. And sometimes I need to turn off some things that are also not helpful to me. I think his concept is this. He likes the need for us to have the social network. He agrees. But his choice is this, from where he comes from. He seemed not to have those people to edify him or those people to upgrade him to the level that he can focus more and then be more better mindful or to have positive outcome. What should he do? And how do you connect that to his own faith? He's an adamant Christian. He understands that his spirituality can help him in the coping strategy like you highlighted. How can he marry such a thing together? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. Awesome question. And what we do know, it's not always about quality, or it is about quality. It's not about quantity. You can be 10 social media outlets that you might have been involved with. Cut them all off. Whether you need to accept one of them, fine. If you don't need to accept none of them, find another outlet. Find one individual. If I could have some approach in teaching by Gandhi or Dr. Martin Luther King were two of my favorite, then or Nelson Mandela, I don't need much more. Take one source of networking that you believe is positive for you in your life. Most of us know people in our lives. Like I said, we're most 21 or older. We've had somebody in our life to tell us something positive. Go back to that. Start out anew. Tune everything else off if you definitely feel that those things were negative. Sometimes we only need our spiritual realm. Talk to our spiritual realm. Allow it to talk to us in certain ways. I make sure every morning that I take 8 to 10 minutes by myself in my prayer room to talk to my spiritual being. And sometimes that might be all I need, but I do need that. And I need that at the beginning of my day. And it helps me throughout my day, every day. You know, I do that. So you have, especially if you're being spiritual, sometimes you don't need anything else. And I'm happy to hear that you have that spiritual realm that you can deal with. But once you have that spiritual realm, allow that to guide you where you need to go from it. Pray on it. Tell your spiritual realm you need some new networking. You need some different social media, and watch what's going to happen to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. There are 4 more questions you need to answer. He said, let me read it out. My name is Nkobi. I'm from Botswana. Please tell Doc that I really love what he's saying. And these are some of the things that we should be doing. Does he have plan to do a free Zoom session, as he says? Because not everyone is able to pay for this, and not everyone understands the principle of thought process and mindfulness being able to change lives. I think what she's trying to say is this: all these things we're saying are for just maybe 100 and 200 of us, enlightening people that are able to have access to internet across board. That do you and your organization or your platform, are you looking forward in the future to doing free Zoom sessions so you can repeat these same things across board to people in regions? Or do you get interpreter? Do you train young people who can domesticate this understanding, not only in English, in French, in other places, so that people better understand because of the times in which we are living in? Then I'll ask you the other question. Go ahead, sir.
And that's what we do know, that right now, therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists are overwhelmed because of the pandemic. That's what's going on globally. So what I do offer now, because our times, and that's why I'm here today to offer the service, because I wanted to give what I could today. But we're so packed and so jammed in as far as what we're doing, our time is limited right now, unfortunately. But what I do know, of course, I know in the United States, there are a lot of Zoom services that are available at no cost. But I'm not sure what the part of the world that you are in as far as they allow that. But there are, I would say, so check your local health department and see what they're providing, because we at the health department sometimes provide those as well for staff, for sure, and sometimes for the community. So I say, well, check your local health department. And then if not at the health department, check with your local hospital. A lot of hospitals are in their mental health component can refer you to mental health societies as well.
Thank you, sir. Another question comes. Please, moderator, thank you for this session. I really am beginning to understand a lot of things about mental health. Please ask Dr. Wellington, what about stigma? What is it about people being stigmatized if they have mental health? In my area, they think it's a sign of weakness when you feel despair, or when you feel depressed, or when you feel like committing suicide. It's even a taboo in my area. Okay, I think what he's saying, we are receiving a lot of questions from other clients that see mental health as a disease or mental health as a problem, you know. So he's asking, why do people see mental health as a stigma, knowing fully well that all you just need to do is focus them on, let them be more mindful and be more aware of the things around them, so that they can make better sensational judgments rather than listening to distorted facts. Why do you think, from your own professional experience, mental health is a stigma, especially in developing nations? And why do you think in advanced nations, they do not take it serious? Because we are not hearing a lot of COVID lectures on mental health. We are not hearing that the government have funded you. Government of Maryland has given you 10 billion to reach out to over 10 million Maryland people who we know are sad and angry. And then the next question you should answer after that stigma question is, do you have school-based therapy? Please ask him if he has school-based therapy. I am interested in getting him to speak to some of our students in the hybrid section. And another one is, what should be the role of mental health in police reform? I guess guys still like the police. I'm sorry, I just want to ask as much as possible so you can take them in no order of importance, but that's the question. The stigma question, school-based therapy, do you have such thing in your establishment, and what's the role of mental health and awareness for the officers in light of police reforms and things like that? Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
All very, very important questions. We know that mental health has been around since day one. We know here in the United States, mental health has become very, very to the forefront when our individual soldiers started coming back from World War II back in 1942. That's when a lot of emphasis started to be placed on mental health and placing individuals in mental health institutions. So what happens in our country and in the world, people don't like things that they're not accustomed to or things that they don't know. That's why they treated us as African Americans so badly here in our country, because we were somewhat different than them. So what do? You push different things to the side. You treat it differently. You don't like it because you don't understand it. And that's where the whole thing about mental health and why people treat mental health in the way they do is because they don't understand it.
They don't understand.
They don't understand it. So education is always key on helping people. We evolved, and over the years, in the last 20 to 30 years, mental health has become the forefront. We have something on our ballot this year in the state of Maryland that the county executive, which I work with as well, is asking for $20 million to help the county deal with mental health issues. It's becoming to the forefront more and more and more. And people like myself and other mental health clinicians in the area are trying to break the stigma. And the only way we can do that is to continue to educate individuals about it, especially educating the young, to know that you're just as strong as anyone else just because you have a mental health issue. There are mental health issues that plague our police department and plague our doctors and our lawyers. I don't care what walk of life, there's someone, our family member, that might be dealing with a mental health issue. So the word is getting out that it exists and that we have to do better by it. And again, education is going to do that. At Bowie State University, which is in Maryland, which I am also an adjunct part-time professor, they on campus, and most campuses are doing it now, they provide mental health for the individuals because it is important, and they know that. Students are coming across the country to attend schools throughout all universities. So they know that you have a 17-year-old coming to a university, and they come from California, giving an example, but they come across state to Maryland. They have no friends, they have nothing. And they might have been dealing with psychological issues before they got to the university. So now as that exacerbated to a high level that's astronomical. So it's always key and important. All universities that I know now has a counseling department. And it's very important that they do that. And also with the police department, a lot of agencies are now, we're talking about it here in the United States. Vice President Obama, who's the Democratic candidate for the president, has been talking about, which we do. I used to work years ago on a force where I went out with the police department as a mental health clinician. I was able to see firsthand the individuals that are talking about suicide or talking about homicide. So I was there to assist the police department and try to de-escalate that situation. So it's happening around the country. It definitely happens in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. They have what they call a mobile crisis unit. And that mobile crisis unit goes out with the police force to try to help them de-escalate. They need more of them, and that's the issue. They don't have enough to go around, but they do have some to help the police, because then there will be a de-escalation of murders or killings, because police they don't know what's going on. They don't understand it. So what they do, they pull out their gun or their taser. But if you had a mental health clinician that's been taught and trained and practiced over the years, I ran a mental health psychiatric hospital unit for 10 years here in Prince George's County, Maryland, where we saw the combating of people with schizophrenia or with drug-induced marijuana or PCP chemicals in their system that we had to de-escalate on a daily basis. So we know how to confront these issues, and they're out there. So yes, the police department definitely needs a mental health component within their agency. One, to evaluate their police officers before they come to police officers, to see how inept they are to be able to deal with the public society. So that's going on a lot in police departments around the country, that they have a mental health clinician that evaluates their police officers. That's very key and very important. So the police department needs two entities within their system. One, to evaluate individuals before they come in, and two, help to train to educate, again, that word educate, to educate their individuals on how they can better combat mental health as they go out into the community and deal with individuals dealing with mental health.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roddy. I still have one or two more questions that have been sent, but I want to entertain the floor. Do we have anybody on the floor? Do we have anybody on the platform now, on the Zoom platform now, that wants to ask a question, so I can pick out questions for those that are not currently here, but they have sent us a question in advance before we.
Please, and Ms. Marie has my email address. You can always feel free to email me with some questions as we go forward that I might not be able to answer all of them today, but I'll be more than happy to assist and answer some questions in the future.
Okay, sir. I know that your email is drrwellington@drrwellington.com. Is that so? If it's not, can you say it so that people get to know, and then we can move on from there?
Yeah, that is correct. That is.
And your website is drrwellington.com.
Exactly. D is 2 R's. drrwellington.com.
Okay, drrwellington.com. Good. Thank you, sir. Sir, I would want you to answer this last question because it's very important. She says, and I'm quoting, that thank you so much. I'm a vet officer. Been in Iraq, and I served in Iraq for some time, and I love what I'm hearing from you. Please, can you give me those steps again on the turning off theory? I think what he's saying is, you gave some examples on if you cannot cope with hearing things on the TV that seem so polarizing, turn it off. If you are stressed out, park somewhere along the road. He says, can you give us those steps and examples for the turning off theory? And how can I help reduce the stress I am on? And that will be the last question. If there is no one from the floor, is there anybody from the floor that wants to ask a question? I'm sorry, Doc. Anyone? Hello, Dr. Mary, is there anyone?
Yeah.
Okay, Comrade Bello, please go ahead. You have the floor, sir.
Okay.
Please tell us where you are and address the question to Dr. Wellington.
Hello. Please, my name is Bella Baru. I am from Movement of New Nigeria for New Nigeria, member.
Go ahead, sir, with your question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we
can.
can.
My question is, I want to ask Doctor about the issue that you're talking. So we need to get his email so that we can ask him to know a lot of questions from him. Hello?
Can you come again? Sorry, Comrade Bello, can you just come again? The last statement you made.
Okay, please, I want him to send us some emails because we wanted to ask him because of now we know we don't have time, we don't want to waste for people time. So please, we need his email because I didn't write it, so I need to write it.
Okay, I will get it to you. It is Dr. R. Wellington at drrwellington.com, but I will post it on the link. It will be sent to the link for you. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So, Dr. Wellington, because the network in his country is poor. He says his name is Comrade Bello.
Yeah, that is why.
Yes, he says yes. That's the problem. That the network in his country is poor. He loves what he's hearing from you. He's so impressed that he wants you to repeat the email again so that he can direct those questions to you. But that your presentation, he receives it with a good heart, and his name is Comrade Bello Zubairu from Niger. So, can you give us your parting word or your summary for today?
Well,
and then don't forget about the theory of turning off that the vet asked about.
Let me also, I'm glad the veteran asked the question. I also, on my website, it shows that I work with veterans. I am also a veteran as well with the United States Navy for 10 years. I served in 10 countries. I almost made it to, I went to stayed in Japan for years. So I do a lot of PTS and anxiety and depression for veterans. The veterans, and tell a young man if he's not receiving veterans benefits, then he needs to contact me. I help veterans receive benefits and do them what they call a nexus letter. A nexus letter helps submit to the Veterans Administration about what has happened to this individual, especially in wartime events like PTSD or anxiety, especially at this time the veterans have been calling me at an alarming rate because of the PTSD that they've been receiving because of what's going on in the media, not only with the pandemic, but about wartime issues and what they see, and it's very harmful to them at this point. So one of the mechanisms I do provide for them is therapy, for sure. So they have somewhere a mechanism to come and talk about the issues that they're dealing with. And if medication happens to be one of the issues after maybe 6 sessions, then that's what I recommend as well. But the tuning off, of course, that's where, again, you have to have those different mechanisms, you know, to tune things off. Again, after my prayer at the beginning of the day, another, of course, thing with the medication of tuning off, I meditate for 10 minutes or so. That allows me to tune off and say, hey, what do I want to involve myself with when I come back from my meditation? My meditation, what does it do? Meditation makes you focus, allows you to focus. So you want to focus on things that you know, if you especially know that watching a certain news media outlet or watching a certain program upsets you and gives you a sense of anxiety, you know yourself that that's not a good thing for you to do. So it's easy to strike that one off. You write it off. And again, it's about self-preservation. You want to find things that are better for you, that helps you along in your day. If I'm going out and I know that going down a certain road is going to give me anxiety every day, and there's nothing I can do about that road and things I see on that road, I'm not going back down that road again. So a lot of things, we have choices in our lives to make that choice. So things that you're not liking and you don't want, then you have the ultimate goal of ruling them out in your life. But as far as mental health with the military and wartime stories, I've heard war stories from Vietnam War. I've even had several clients from World War II. And the atrocities and the things that the death and destruction that they've witnessed while they were at war is only you can see in a movie. And sometimes the movie doesn't portray what these individuals have gone through. Again, I want to thank that young man for his service. And that's a commendable thing. And I appreciate that. But yes, tune it out. You have the choice. You have the ability to tune it out.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wellington. I have really learned a lot. And there's anything anybody will get out of this presentation, like Dr. Wellington and say, is the need for us to get understanding. They don't understand. And as a spiritual person myself and as a Christian myself, and I think in many religious faiths, they say people perish. The holy book I read says people perish because of lack of understanding. It doesn't mean they die off. They just remain in a state of confusion, despair, hopelessness because they do not understand. And Dr. Wellington made it clear that mental health is not a disease. You are not cursed. It is not. It is because people do not understand. And education or seeking a counselor or seeking help, either from your social network, either from you focusing more critically, self-internalizing, self-meditating. Those are ways that it can help. And he also explained that there are other applications of this therapeutic wellness principles in school-based system, in the corporate world, and in the military. And then he explained that there is definitely a need now that the entire world is asking for police reform to incorporate this wellness philosophy. You understand? But on an individual level, you must embrace the turning off theory that he proposed. And this turning off theory is whatever triggers and instigates to be more, to drift away from your normal self, turn it off. If it's the TV, turn it off. If it's the telephone, turn it off. If it is any of all those things, turn it off. Self-meditate, internalize, embrace who you are, be proud of who you are. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity, and you all enjoy the rest of your day and take care of yourselves.
God bless you.
Thank you.
We go on to the next speaker that we have in our second panel, and her name is Miss Aisha Diallo. Miss Aisha Diallo is a seasoned advocate for women empowerment. She's with the Pan-Africa Women for Democracy, a continental-based organization that advocates for women empowerment through politics, women empowerment through for socio-economic progress and to achieve sustainable development. She's based in Guinea-Conakry. Miss Aisha Diallo, please, we welcome you to the platform for you to give your 2 minutes introductory presentation of what you do, and then for you to introduce your topic, which you will deliver in 15 minutes, so that we can have 5 to 6 minutes extra time for question and answer. Miss Aisha Diallo from Guinea-Conakry, West Africa, welcome to our panel. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we
hello
can.
everyone, and I thank everyone for inviting me, and I thank Miss Mary. And it's a very interesting panel, but I'm from Guinea, but I'm based in the US. I'm Aisha Biro Diallo. I'm a international business holder for both. My background is a business analyst, but I founded Pan-African Women for Democracy. The thing I want to say in my background about the Pan-African Women for Democracy, we decided to launch that, the Pan-African Women for Democracy last year after seeing everything that's going on in Africa, especially when women are involved. And I am an activist, political activist for Guinea in America, and right now I'm involved with Biden and Harris campaign. As you can see behind me, I know I'm promoting them, but I just want to say, so the Pan-African Women movement is what it is for. The Pan-African movement is just focus how to educate women, to empower women in politics. Because in Africa, once women goes to politics, they think we are feminist, or we want to take over from men. And as we've seen right now with the COVID, all countries that came to find a solution of COVID is run by women. So Pan-African Women is to educate young girls, especially young girls, how to be involved in politics. Because as they said, if you are not involved in politics, politics will involve in you. And if you are not on the table, you will be on the menu. So that's what I do. And I think the topics was a little bit mixed, but what I would want to talk today, the women empowerment is going to be, I think, next week after Madam Mary Harriet said. So today I'm just going to summarize about elections and post-elections in Africa, the crisis we're going through. And I will emphasize a little bit on Guinea right now, because we both know what's happening in my country, my home country right now. So since the wave of democracy, elections brought in Africa in the 90s, we have seen some country. Hello? Hello?
Please continue, Mr. Aisha. We can hear you. Please continue.
Hello?
We can hear you.
I can continue?
Please continue. Yes, continue. We are hearing you.
Okay. So since like the wave of elections and brought multi-party parties democracy in Africa in the 90s, most of countries have survived, and especially the English-speaking countries. Like if you took at Ghana, Nigeria, and the other countries, they doing better, transferring the power from one man to another, or from one woman to another. And in the West African countries, that's where we have the turnover right now, because hello? You can
Hello,
hear me?
continue. We can hear you.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
we can. Yeah, I hear
So,
you.
My past co-speaker, panelist said, voting is very important in life. Every vote counts. That's where you can give your voice. That's where you can make your voice heard. Unfortunately, in Africa, sometimes even though we go vote for someone, they don't consider our vote for that person, especially right now what happening in West Africa. We see in Mali, they just kick the president out, the president-elect out in Ivory Coast. The president changed the constitution, and now he's running for third term. And we see the turnout, what was happening over there. In Guinea, we just had an election on October 28th, but they didn't give the right result of the election. They didn't respect the people's vote to give it to the right person. Our president, as the beginning, I'm a member of the FNDC. Maybe you had heard about that movement. We was fighting not to change our constitution because we know for sure if he changed the constitution at the last minute, it's for him to permit him to be elected for third term. So he killed more than 50 people, more than 70 people just to change the constitution, and he changed it. And now he had presented himself and he declared himself a winner today with 59%, and the whole world know he didn't win the election. His opponent, Elad Seludal Diallo, won the elections. But right now, the kid, in 72 hours, the military, the police had killed more than 30 people. The youngest one, they shoot. Thanks God, the kids didn't die. Just 18 old. And what I will tell people, you know, anytime this conflict happens, people will say, oh, the international institution is not coming, they're not helping us. They won't help us. We have to take our destiny in hand. We have to fight for democracy to stand in Africa. We have to fight for people's rights. We have to fight for human rights. We have to fight for people's lives. Like they say in America, Black Lives Matter, African lives matter. And right now in Guinea, Guinean lives matter. And what I will call the panel, all the people that are listening to us today, to stand with the right elections in Guinea. The Alpha Condé didn't win. He's supposed to be considered today as the former president of Guinea. But right now, they put the opponent like 72 hours ago, 42 hours, 3-4 days ago, he's like sequestered in his compound. He cannot get out. People cannot come out, repost, they vote. Why that happened is the corruption. Yes, we can condemn the head for a few things, but it's the system that is in place doesn't work for the people. They just work for themselves. And if they didn't think about we the people first, before thinking about themselves, this is what's can happen. Now we have went backward for another 20 years in our country, because the next president who's gonna come in, he will say, oh, you don't have constitution, I'm gonna change it, I'm gonna do this. And the scary part is the guy who did it is someone who fight for 45 years of his life for democracy in Guinea, who called himself as a Pan-African man, who was condemned by our first president and who was put in jail by our second president for the fight he was pretending doing, because that's what I will say. He pretend to be a Democrat, but he's not. He's not a Democrat, because if he was, he could have done like what Mandela did, what a lot of people done after being treated the way he was. But right now, they're killing people in our country. They have finished, and I don't know what the ECOWAS did and African Union. When they went there, they know, because they have the representation. My question goes to them, because maybe some of them are listening to us. Why? They said to if you look at the African Union playbook, oh, there are no, you cannot do third term. They banned third term. But they're letting them change the constitution, because once you change the constitution, the clock is backward. The clock starts at 0 minute. And then they will come see the way they're doing the elections, they steal the elections, and they will approve it. And sitting later on, telling us people to accept dictatorial. Somebody who's killing us, somebody who's selling all our resources. We don't have schools, we don't have hospitals, we don't have a road, we doesn't have water in the 21st century. What I'm saying, I'm calling the international because the people of my people, they're fighting it. They're fighting for the right, but they're killing them. They're going all the way inside their houses. Why in Guinea, they don't come help? After 100 and something people die. 100 and something people have been killed by the military, the police, gendarme. Are they scared of Alpha Conde? Or they don't care about Guinea, about the Guinean people? Because it's the past 72 hours I didn't sleep. In Mali, 11 people died, they came fix it. In Nigeria, they killed one person, the whole world stand of it. They're killing people in Guinea, especially one community. And we know for sure people voted for the opponent of Alpha Conde. So what I will say, Africans, election matter, democracy matter, but our determination matters. Because these people, as long as they're getting the benefit from the person in power, they don't care. It's us. Because that's the time, maybe after they kill 1,000 people in Guinea or 200 people, I'm not praying for that. Maybe the international community will turn their back on us. Because I know in America, I'm fighting. I know they will give them, they will condemn and they don't gonna work for them. It's gonna be for a few months or a few years. But right now, people are dying. People are dying right now. Why I'm talking about it? They cut the internet. They cut even the phones in Guinea. So we don't know who's dying, who's not dying, because we don't have no access. The international community right now doesn't have no access of Guinea. So please, all of you, because of what's happening in my country, I'm calling help for our people, for our citizens. This guy said before the elections, he said he's going to war, and Israeli he's going to war because he's killing people to stay. He said he won't step for nothing. And the military we have right now, we have the rebellion he brought in 1993, the time they tried to arrest him in 1995. Once the Americans and the European Union put the money to reform the army, he take Guinean army out to put his military in. So they are the one who's killing us today in front of everybody, in front of the whole world, and nobody's saying nothing. Nobody's coming to help, because the only two people I see saying something is the former president of Ghana, Jerry Rawlings. Other than that, nobody. The president of Nigeria, the president of Ghana, who's of the head, the president having the presidency of the ECOWAS right now, are not saying a word about it. Why? Why? That's what we can ask ourselves. Why? Why us? Because this is not right. So I'm calling African, young, and women, especially women, to be involved. Especially women to be involved. Hello? Hello? This thing have been cut off. I will.
No, continue. Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
I'm hearing
Just
my
continue.
own
Yeah,
voice.
yeah, everything is normal. You are
Oh, for me,
very
yeah, it's not
fine.
normal because I'm hearing my own voice. So that's
Okay.
what I can say about Guinea, because that's what I was asked to talk today. And I know after Guinea, it's gonna be in Ivory Coast, because Ivory Coast in less than 10 days, they will go for the election, and we already see how they're killing people over there. They didn't even go to the elections. We have to fight. We don't gonna say, okay, because if we didn't push the international community, because they are the only one. The African Union is the international community giving the money. The ECOWAS is the international community giving the money. So as people that is overseas, as people that are all these NGOs fighting for democracy, fighting for human rights, we can have 100 conferences a day, 2,000 conferences a year. If we didn't push them to act, they won't act on our place. So we have to scream louder, especially women. We have to scream louder for democracy to stand. So if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer some.
Thank you so much, Miss Aisha. I am seeing you for the first time, and I am blown away about how you are able to be composed to really chronicle what the role of women should be and why it is important for everyone to be carried along, no matter the country, whether it's a big country or it's a small country. Humanity is universal, and that whatever happens in Nigeria and the whole world is shouting about it, we should also shout in Guinea. I know fully well that the time will come. I can assure you that the time will come when all our African leaders will have their day of reckoning. It's already happening. It's just a matter of time. What we now need to do, from all our panelists have said, is that we need to gather ourselves together. Everyone in Conakry and Guinea needs to be united. So when there's an election, there should be an overwhelming mobilization to get the majority of votes. And when I mean majority of vote, I mean when you're going to go and vote, it should be like 90%, especially if you want a positive goal, so that whoever is there has 10%, everybody knows. But when elections are very close, it can be difficult. I have some questions that have been tabled before you concerning
before you bring the questions, I want to tell you something. These elections is not close at all. The opponent win by 53.something%. Everybody voted for him, even the people that is not for his party. Guess what? They cut us from voting. We didn't vote. As a Guinean, they prevent me from voting. Do you know what the excuse they give? Oh, they are COVID in overseas. And in America, we are voting. I just voted for Biden and Harris. And I'm going to North Carolina tomorrow to help get out the vote. And we have COVID. We have at least 1,000 cases now, new cases. So for me, they did that just to shut us down. It's not closed for like this guy, he never get 18% of the vote in Guinea. And I will condemn the international communities because they are the one who helped him sit. We are calling them again to help us take him out. Today, if we're gonna say the time will come, people are dying, kids are dying, and one community has been killed. This guy divide us to conquer the power and continue dividing us. Before the election, few days before the elections, he said, any Mandingo that voted for his opponent, didn't vote for him, he's voting for the other guy, that means voting for the Fulani. I don't like to use those words because I'm against it. I know we are not divided, by ethnic group. It's just the way they use to divide people. That's why I say he's like 0.001% of our problem is the system. We have to fight the system. And today it's gonna be in Guinea. Tomorrow it will be Ivory Coast. And then guess what? In West Africa, we have to forget about democracy because it's we stand, it's we sit. What is happening to us today will happen to Ivory Coast on the 31st, and then it's gonna go to Mali, it's gonna go to the next one. We cannot complete that circle. We cannot continue that.
Thank you so much, Ma. And I totally, completely agree with you that the process of democracy within the West African coast is an unfinished business. Nobody should deceive themselves that we are democratic. We really are not, because if we are, like what you say, it is the majority that should win. And a 57-point-something%, like you said, is majority, because when you subtract it from 100, it's obviously more. So whoever has less should not be declared winner. So we cannot say we have a democratic process. As such, as a Pan-African woman, you are advocating that the international community comes in. I have 3 questions here. I don't know whether there are people on the floors. I feel that if you are able to answer the question, put it in context in why you are so passionate about it, we'll move forward. The first question that they are asking, someone asks is, thank you so much, Miss Aisha. Please, are you aware of the Pan-African Women Organization? It is an African union or agency that actually caters for gender equality. Are you people working with them so that you can report these cases to them? So I think what he's saying is this, that your story and your compelling explanation of what is going on in Guinea is not just something that international community will handle. At home in the continent, are there ways, are we doing everything? So what do you say to such a person who is concerned about what is going on in Guinea?
Yes, they know. Yes, I know about that. The African Union, Pan-African Union of Women. There are hundreds of them. I know about the one in Europe. We work with them. 3 weeks ago, I was a co-host with UNESCO in peace. With peace. The thing is, they know. You know, like I said, I'm in the US, but I'm a member of the FNDC that was fighting this. I see them every day. I talk to them every day. Behind closed door, they will say, we know he didn't win, but it looks like they're scared to come out and denounce it. Okay, they were saying they're gonna wait after the 72 hours. I know there have been misstep with all parties. The other one called himself the winner before the result, but they know, they have the representation. And they know what this guy is capable of. Yes, we have sent all the information, we have contacted all of them. But guess what? When they finish before the election, tell the like ECOWAS and the Union, the African Union, and the UN combined delegation in Guinea, they don't suppose to allow our president to run because his candidacy is not right, it's illegal. Guess what they respond to us? Oh, we cannot tell you what to do in your country. Or if your Supreme Court have accepted him to be a candidate, election have consequences. You should go out and vote. Knowing that, they already say he's gonna win at the first round. That's why I said, it's you and me. My country, they're fighting. They're fighting. That's why they're killing them. They're suffering. That's why like now that you have given me this opportunity, I'm calling it more because right now is the time. It's imminent. It's happening right now as we're speaking. I just received an email that they had killed more than 4 people this morning since they called Alpha Conde the winner of the elections.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much for explaining your view and your point on what we want people to do. We totally agree. As I'm an African and I'm pained that rather than we think of how to help our people during this palliative, what we are doing is making it more hard for our people to see the light of day. Of course, before now, our people do not have any element of sustainable development within the region. So elections are always a bitter pill for a lot of people. And I'm happy that you are passionate and advocating that people come to the rescue of our officers before things get out of hand. The next question is, as a woman, how can you advise women in other climes that are not in Guinea to emancipate themselves? Because my husband thinks being a feminist is a bad thing, but seeking emancipation is not bad. So I think her question is this: what is the difference between a feminist and someone who is looking for empowerment or someone who is looking for emancipation under the context of an African culture? Her fear is this: her husband is afraid of a feminist, which shouldn't be, but he is open to emancipation / empowerment. Her name is Portia Lokwa, from Ghana.
Thank you, Ms. Lokwa, for your question. You cannot talk about feminist or emancipation before talking about feminism. Being a feminist doesn't mean you letting your African culture go. Being a feminist is defending women's rights. It's defending, like, we have to have a say on the table. It doesn't mean, if you are like a minister, you have to go home and insult your husband. Or if you're not married, doesn't mean you are not a woman who's supposed to have the respect. It's just to defend our right. Look at it, if by God willing, in America, where we call the mother of democracy, the land of democracy, for the first time in our history, we may elect the first vice president as a woman. So empowerment, yeah, it's good, but if me, I don't put the difference between the two. Because for me, as an advocate, a woman advocate, for me to empower women, the first thing I will say, girls have to go to school. Girls have to learn how to work. God didn't make men and the woman. The difference between men and the woman is the gender we have, but all the rest is the same. If you look at in our lives, women are the breadwinner of any family we had. Your husband have to be certain that being a feminist doesn't mean you live in African culture. You live in your culture. You want to make yourself, because we are born equal. If a man can run for president, why not a woman can run for president? If the woman and the man goes to war, they don't gonna say, oh, you are a woman, stay in the back, we the men, we're gonna be in the front, right? So uplifting a woman, empowering a woman is the woman to know their right, to know they have the decision of what they will do in their life. They don't have to wait for a man to dictate them what to do. Because anytime a woman raises their voice, they call her a mad woman, a nasty woman. We have seen right now what they're calling our candidate for VP. Even on the debate, I give you an example for that. Even on the debate, when she was debating the vice president, the Cuban vice president, she have to turn on him and tell him, sir, I'm speaking, let me finish. It doesn't mean she's a feminist. It's because he's standing on her ground. He's defending her right. She's defending the right of women. So you men, our brothers, our husband, our dad, our cousins, our uncles have to accept that. If you put your daughter in school, it's for her to learn how to take care of herself. Like me, I was lucky to have a dad who's a big politician who know woman's first husband is her education. Woman's first husband is her job. Even though we are us and our brother and sister, we start, he will tell you, let her finish her sentence, let her finish her thought. And then to empower, if you empower, like they said, once you put a woman in school, you are educating a family. Once you educate a family, you are educating the world. That's why I always said we have to uplift each other. So it's not a bad thing to be a feminist. Like you go to my Facebook page, it's said there, right there, I'm proud feminist, right? Because I'm defending women right. So that's, I don't know if she's satisfied.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Miss Aisha, because this definition needs to be cleared. You know, I think the fear that most people have in Africa is they've not come to terms that times have changed. And when you refuse to change, you start to live in a time that is useless. If you notice fully well, your definition is actually the definition we should be using. That a feminist is a woman who wants to defend her right to exist as a human. So a man, you understand, is a male who wants to defend his right to exist as a human. So the feminist tag is just a definition. But the core thing, like you said, is the woman just wants to express herself and she wants to be part of the sustainable development vision that the planet holds very strong. She's not in competition with a man, because these are things we need to do. And a man should not be in a competition with a woman. Rather, they should be working together in an inclusive platform, from what you said, to make things better. And that emancipation is just a process, or is just a thing that a feminist does as a way of empowering themselves and creating better informed socio-economic improvement of factors and data that will improve her life and in other life. And you, in your opening speech, I remember you said that since this pandemic has started, nations that have controlled and almost brought transmission to zero level have all been led by women. You also gave examples of women that have led in this COVID time and have saved a lot of life, like the woman in New Zealand, who is the prime minister. She just got elected last week. You know, she brought COVID down to zero. She has opened up the economy, like the German prime minister. She has been doing very well. And many other women prime minister across the entire continent. The one in Singapore is doing excellently well. So I agree with you that the term or the definition. Go ahead, ma.
Even in the US, the state that have been better is the state that run by women as governors, except New York. They are the one who's up the front. So like you said, I'm just gonna emphasize a little bit. It's not like we wanna take your place. They are not taking it.
Exactly. We want to work together. That's why I'm explaining to her that the role of a feminist is the person that will catalyze the process of working together with our men, our young people, our children, our uncle, to make sure things get better. We are not, a feminist is not a person that sits on the fence, as it has always been, that the woman is always at the background or the kitchen level. She's the one that comes to open the door in the parlor. She's no longer the one that is in the other room. She's the one that wants to come open the door and welcome you to see her husband, you know, and sit down and see how you can develop a better situation. Because these are the education, the enlightenment that we need to know.
Yeah, I can give a little bit example to that, to go to the politics, like what we're talking about elections, right? Look at in Liberia, after the war, how many years? 15 years? Up to 15 years of war, a woman get elected. Do you know?
Excellency,
do you know if it was a man who was elected, he will be in power by now, he will try to stay?
I agree with you.
Being a woman is a God-given, right? But it's only a woman can have a child. Raise that child. Give that child away. Let him go, get married, get to another family. So if we can do all that without not that, like we are disrespecting you, like you said, I appreciate that. I wish all men can have that open mind. is for economic, for sustainable development. Look at, you will give a man $1, right? You will give a woman $1 to go buy 1 tomato to sell it to the market. He will make it 100 tomatoes. You will give man $1,000. He will bring just 10 tomatoes for you. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
I totally agree with you. I understand that analogy, and it's good we explain to our people in such a way that we don't get it confused, because some men can actually provide 100 tomatoes. But the point you are making is that a woman is more critical. She puts a human feeling to business. It's not enough to make 100 things and then go and marry 200 wives and go and get drunk.
Exactly.
A woman will not drink. A woman will come back and think of her grandmother and other people to empower and embolden. So women are more critical, you understand, in how they deliver their service, how they create products, and even in the profit, they always plow it back to human souls, unlike men who may keep some of the dividends. They call it corruption. Or who may want to flout it and show it as a kind of wealth. They call it extravagant lifestyle. But a woman is first and foremost, if she's fully empowered, will always think of her child, her grandparents, and the youth. So she's more critical and she puts a human feeling into what it is. So I totally agree with you. And I agree with one point that I want our viewers to get from here, that a woman builds up the next generation, because these are the problems we're having. Me and you know, you cannot convince every man now start to think like me, but you can start to plan for your kids who have not finished secondary school, your kids in the elementary, so that in the next 30 years, there will be a better generation than the generation of our fathers. I totally agree with you. And even the Canadian president or prime minister, you know, agreed that he's a feminist. If you look at his cabinet, you know he's the first person in Northern America to put 50% of his ministers are all women. Chief of staff, minister for defense, they're all women. And his explanation is this, that if the number of times women have been given opportunity to rule the world, we will not have had all these wars and fightings that will have done. A woman will not devote $1 billion to buy weapons and to build nuclear weapons. Her priority will be for her family, her constituency, and her government. And that would have helped the development. Even scientists in the UN have done a research that part of the reason why we're having this environmental problem, our climate change problem, is because we have not empowered women. The book written is the Drawdown Project. The Drawdown Project is a manual book of how we can address some of the environmental problems. Number 5 of the agenda, one important part of the agenda, is empowering women. That if we empower women, they will be able to make more informed decisions. If we educate women, women are more poised or are more positioned to lift us out of poverty faster than what we men have done, you know, and that we should try to shift to a more inclusive. And that's what I want all our young girls to know. Yes, over the years, men may not have given you more space, but thank God for women that have gone before us now, that have shown us the light. It's now time for every one of us to be inclusive. It's not a competition, it's a partnership. The Sustainable Development Goals have recognized the fact that Goal 5 has recognized the fact that gender equity is important. However, that same goal, number 17, says that global collaboration and partnership.
And then that's what I said, that's the purpose of the Pan-African women, democratic women, to educate parents, to educate, yes, the main purpose is more for girls, but to educate our men.
Yes.
The benefit or letting the women learn, the benefit of empowering the girl.
True.
To know how to take, look at some families in Africa. Once the men die, everybody die, even though we're still alive, because the woman was not empowered to take over.
I agree with you.
The men have business. The men is this. They think we just take, like you said, in the kitchen. No, we are at the 21st century. We have to accept to see a woman as president. I will give you an example. The first time we have 2 women candidates in Guinea, right? One used to work for the current president. Guess what? They didn't say she steal money. They start going to her background. Why do they dig women's background when it's come to power? They don't dig men background. Those are the questions we should both ask ourselves, realize either in the Quran or in the Bible, God said, I create you equal.
Equally. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss Aisha. And on that note, we want to see, is there anyone on the floor that wants to ask a question? So we move on to the next panelist.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Comrade Bello, right?
Okay. Yes. My name is Comrade Dallas Baru from Movement for New Nigeria. Yeah. Mrs. Aisha, please can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. She's hearing you.
Okay. My question is, why women, African women, they don't organize themselves so that they can, let me give you one example what is happening in Nigeria in 2015 to 2019. The women, they are the ones who have the higher vote in 2015 and 2019 election. So why they didn't organize themselves to pick one woman to contest for president or any seat of our constituency or government or something else? My question is, women are not very up to now to challenge to fight for their rights up to now. So what I want you to answer me is, what are you doing to develop, to give us many? Please can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Just finish. We have like 2 minutes more. She needs to answer the question to me. The next speaker is waiting.
Okay. Why women are not organized in politics?
Okay. Thank you for that question. Hello? So, Miss Aisha, his question is this, that in light of what is going on, how are ways can you organize women in Africa to also seek the highest office? So in 1 minute, he's asking, what are you doing to help your fellow African women better organize themselves politically, I think he's saying, so that they can be able to capture that presidency and then deliver the dividend, like you said. In 1 minute, or in 1 minute, please just try and answer the question. The next presenter is ready.
Because I know the way to do that, you don't have to. The first thing, that's why we empower women, right? To teach them, know that, we have to pause. Like any woman that's going to politics, you have to have the self-confidence. We're going to teach them why you have to be in politics, why you are there. You are not there because you are mad at this woman or this man. We have the right. I tell women, you have the right to run for office, but what do you present? How you present yourself for men to accept. That's one start from the house, like you said, right? Start our kids, the first grader, the 6 months old, the 7 years old. So it's coming there. We are organizing. That's why right now you will see a lot more in US Congress. The first time we see like 100 women in Congress, this is the first, like last year. We organize, we realize more women have access to power, more the world is in peace. We have to teach that, because it's only women. I always give that example when I'm talking to women, how to empower themselves to be in politics, to tell them that voice inside of you, that inner voice that guide you, bring it out. Bring it out. Once you bring it out, you will know the purpose of life. You know why you have to be in politics. Sometimes I like Nigerian movies because we play the husband and the wife all running against each other in the different political parties. This had happened this time to the country. It's just to know to bring that thing inside of the woman. We are already organized right now. That's why if you see, I told you I created the African woman for Biden and Harris. We have the African diaspora for Biden and Harris, but women, we know once we learn how to lift up each other, we can move forward. We don't let men divide us. The problem in Africa, why a lot of women doesn't go to politics, because you men, sorry, you divide us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And the final note is like, we shouldn't be divided again. That everybody should come together and work together as one. It's an intergenerational, intergender, inter-race collaboration if we are to get the needed governance or style of governance that we need. We need to try out other gender or try out other types of ideas that women can bring. Thank you so much. We'll move on to our last panelist on the panel 2 session, Mr. Dave Chukwudi Ajire. Mr. Dave Chukwudi Ajire has an impressive CV, and he's someone that every young person should look up to or should be inspired by. He's an author of a wonderful book, Make This Your Best Year Ever. He's a home business coach. He's an entrepreneur par excellence. He's also the founder of an LLCC, a company that deals in creating wealth. He develops content, and he's a social influencer. And he's someone that understands what it means to make millions of dollars. So his topic is centered around building wealth, and then he will be giving a narrative, his own narrative of the success story in a foreign land. I welcome Mr. Dave Chukwudi Ajire, an exceptional man par excellence. Thank you, sir. Over to you. You have the floor. Your 2 minutes presentation, your 15 minutes final rounding up, and then we answer questions. Thank you, sir. Hello, Mr. Dave.
Oh, I am so sorry, everyone. I had my mic on mute. Thank you so much for calling me out on that. Like I said, I appreciate the way you pronounce my name. I've not had anybody pronounce my name like that in a long time. You did it with the emphasis, Chukwudi. Reminded me of back home. But yeah, so I am Dave Chukwudi Ajire. I reside in America right now. However, I am originally from Nigeria. I was born in Baltimore, Maryland. But at 3 years old, I went back to Nigeria and did all my nursery, primary school, secondary school. So I did all that in Nigeria. And, it's interesting because when I went to school, I wasn't an A student, traditionally, they always believed you had to be an A student to, make it in life, or you had to be a B student. And I'm going to be honest, I wasn't an A student. I wasn't a B student in school. And because of that, I was labeled. Okay, I was labeled a failure. I was labeled, not that one. He's not the one. Let's focus on others. He's not the one. He will never make it in life because, the mindset was that you must be an A or B student in order to make it in life. Well, I had the amazing opportunity to come back to America in 1996. And when I came back in 1996, I had $5 in my pocket when I got here. And, I came, I was naive. I didn't know what was going on. I was 18 years old at that point in my life in 96. So I said, okay, so I asked questions. What do I have to do? I'm in America now because I watched the movie in Nigeria, Coming to America. Some of you know the movie. So when I came to America, I was excited. I'm like, okay, I'm here now. So I said, what do I need to do? And they said, okay, well, you go get an education and you go get a job. That's the way to make it in America. So, hey, who am I to argue? I mean, I'm like, hey, y'all have been here before me. So I went and did that. But guess what I realized? I realized that, you could get the education, great. The education is amazing. I love it. And then you could go get the job, but based on the system and based on how the system is in place, even when you do get the job, even with a degree, you realize that if you're really looking for financial freedom, if you're really looking to, just live that life where maybe you could take care of your family here and you could take care of family in Africa, for those of you that are from Africa, you realize that it really doesn't exist. And I know most of you know that. The average is interesting because in America today, I just realized that do you know that 95% of the population, 95% do not make a six-figure income? 95%. That speaks volume. It really does. So, so my experience was working a job, and I'll never forget, it was a Saturday, just like today. And I had showed up at work. I'd been at this job for 3 years in Georgia. I used to live in Georgia. Well, I still live in Georgia. And they called me to the office that morning and they said, Dave, we don't need you anymore. Just like that. I didn't see that coming, guys. 3 years, I'd already started planning what my future was going to look like. And just like that, it was gone. And on my way, I never forget driving home after, getting fired. First of all, I thought about it. Why didn't they just call me on the phone? Why did they have me come all the way to work? I used to drive nearly an hour to work. Why did they have me drive all the way to work to tell me they don't need me anymore? But, I just got to start thinking and I said, I don't want to live this life. This is not the life I want to live. I don't want to live a life where not only am I not making any money, not only am I living paycheck to paycheck and struggling financially, but now someone can dictate when I work and when I don't work. And as life will happen, through prayers especially, opportunity came my way. 10 years later, 10 years in America, I got involved in wellness and in the whole wellness spectrum where, we begin to educate people on wellness and how to live a healthy life, how to have not only physical wellness, but also financial wellness and personal wellness. I know one of our speakers earlier talked about mental health. Well, that all has to do with personal wellness as well. So, so I got involved in the wellness industry. And it's interesting because everything began to change, everything. And 10 years, in my fifth month, I actually earned $10,861 in my fifth month. I want to make sure everyone understands. I hope you can hear me. I want to make sure everyone understands. $10,861 in my fifth month. This is something where working a job, I never even made half of that. Working for years at a job. And I know if you work a job watching this, I know you probably can relate. Well, $10,800 in my fifth month, $12,000 in my sixth month, $14,000 in my seventh month. I ended up making $127,000 my first year, just being in business in a wellness industry. And remember, this is way before COVID-19. This was back in 2006, way before COVID-19. But because of how wellness is so important, and that's why when I saw what this movement is all about, I was really excited about that because it's all intertwined as far as wellness goes. And do you know that so far since 2006, I've made millions of dollars, and it's just because of taking advantage of this where we begin to just educate people. And I'm really excited to say I am a 9-to-5 dropout. Yes, I'm a 9-to-5 dropout, guys. I dropped out of 9 to 5. I dropped out of working a job. And here's the best part. With everything going on with COVID-19, I think most of you would agree that with COVID-19, everybody wants to know, hey, how can I be healthy? And how can I protect my family? And then some people have been affected with maybe income-wise, maybe with a job, maybe with a business. I know so many businesses that close down, jobs are laying people off like crazy. So people are looking for a plan B and being healthy and looking for a plan B. And do you know that with COVID-19, 2020, right? A year that most people want to write off. Yes, I know people who want to write this year off. Do you know that I've had my biggest year? I saw this in 2006. I've had my biggest year in 2020. 2020 has been my most prosperous year. And I think some of you can put 2 and 2 together. Why? Because now more than ever, people are so concerned about how can I protect my family? How can I protect my health? How can I protect, my income? And that's why we're having such amazing growth. It's interesting. One of my newest partners that I started working with, his name is Pastor Paul Yeboah, and he's in New Jersey, from Ghana originally, but lives in New Jersey. And he saw this presentation. I've known him for a while. And I called him up in April. And I said, I said, Pastor Paul, how's everything going with the COVID-19? I hope everything is fine with you and your family. And he said, Dave, I wish I could tell you everything is fine, but I've been drastically affected. My job, I lost one of my jobs. Things are going really bad. My ministry is crumbling because people are not coming to church anymore because of COVID-19. So it was a lot of stuff going on. I said, that's fine. I said, I can show you what I do with the wellness industry, where we educate people as far as wellness. He said, that makes sense. Do you know he got started in April? His first month, he got a check of $580. $580 just educating people in the wellness field. So he got excited. 3 months later, July of 2020, this year, he got a check of $5,000. 90 days later, yes. And in September, last month, September, he got a check of $25,000. And the reason I love to share stories, I mean, I have countless stories, but for time's sake, I can't share all the success stories. It's not just that I'm able to succeed, but what I love the most is that I'm able to empower others, Africans. You know, I'm from Nigeria, he's from Ghana. You understand? We have people from Cameroon, we have people from Uganda. And of course, not just Africans, I mean, even Americans, but being able to just, take people from where they are financially and just begin to elevate them. I love it. It's an amazing feeling when you could just see being able to influence others financially and also from a health perspective. So it's kind of a win-win. And so that's what's really amazing. And I want to say this, based on all the stuff I went through, I actually went ahead. I wrote a book. This is my book. It's called Make This Your Best Year Ever. And thank you so much for mentioning that earlier. And the book is in print now. It's in print. It will be ready in 2021. Hey, it's called Make This Your Best Year Ever. So I do want to show people that it really doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter where you live. And I'm very serious about this. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter, because I know there are a lot of people in Africa right now from Nigeria and Uganda and Cameroon. And, and it doesn't matter your family background. It doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't matter your family background. It doesn't matter what you were told. Hey, I told you guys, when I was younger, they said, he will be nothing. That's what they said to me when I was young. He will be nothing. He's not an A student. He doesn't deserve success. It's interesting, but that's how it works sometimes. But I don't know who I'm talking to, but I know I'm talking to somebody. It doesn't matter what you were told as a kid, or maybe what you experienced as a child, physical abuse, verbal abuse, emotional abuse. It doesn't matter. I just want to let you know that it starts with you. It starts with you. It's all in the mind. It's all you making a decision that, you know what? It doesn't matter what I've been through. It doesn't matter what situation I'm in. It doesn't matter where I live. It starts with me. I have to make that decision that my life must be different. And, in my book, I wrote on chapter 13. Some of you might want to write this one down if you have something to jot down. On chapter 13, I hope you can see it. It says, never become poor. See, there's an acronym for POUR, guys. I want you to write this down. POUR stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. That's the meaning of POUR. And that's why you see a lot of people having issues, having financial issues and having financial problems, because when opportunity comes, some people, they pass it up. Don't get me wrong, do your due diligence on the opportunity. Make sure it makes sense, yes. But if it makes sense, guys, then don't procrastinate. Get involved. That's the key to success. That's what I did. Because when I saw this opportunity come by, I could have looked the other way, but I didn't. And like I told you earlier, now I've been able to amass millions of dollars. I've been able to take care of my family here abroad. I've been able to take care of my family in Nigeria. It's a great place to be. So just have that mindset. And I have to say this, put God first. Put God first, guys, because I'm telling you, God is the one that created all of us, right? He created all of us. So always acknowledge him first. That is key. And until I began to understand that in my life, even before I really began to understand that, even when I made a little money, my favorite book says in the book of Haggai, it says that even when you bring the success home, if you don't put me first, this is God talking in the book. He said, if you don't put me first, I'm going to put holes in your pocket. Now that is profound. If you don't put me first, I'm going to put holes in your pocket, meaning that even when you think you're having success and you bring it home I'm going to put holes in your pocket. So you'll find things happening and the money will go anyway. So it really doesn't matter. So to me, success has to be a full circle, not just let's make money, but the mindset also, and putting your creator first, because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here. He created us in his own image. I love it. And I embrace that every day of my life. And I'm going to say this as well, before we open up for questions. When you do begin to make the money, okay, when you do begin to make the money, always give back. Now, this is just my personal advice. Okay, it worked for me and I love to share it. Always give back. Always give back to your creator. Always give back to God. My suggestion is give 10% of whatever comes in your way. Give 10%. Why? Because I found out that money, well, see, when you give back the 10%, the money would never stop coming back to you, and it would never stop coming back to your family ever. It's worked for me, and I know it can work for every single one of you that are watching right now. And let me see if there's anything else. Talking about health, talking about wellness as in general, like I mentioned, do you know that getting sick costs a lot of money? Getting sick costs so much money, guys. Ask people in the hospital bed right now and ask them. See, at one point in some of their lives, they could outrun everybody listening to me right now. They could outrun you and I. But see, some of them took it for granted. And I always love to share this with people. If you take things for granted, the things that you're granted will get taken. Remember that. If you take things for granted, the things that you're granted will get taken. So I made sure I never took my health for granted, guys, because I didn't want my health to be taken away from me. So you got to take care of your health. And that's why, like I said, the wellness industry we're involved in is about educating people on healthy living and also how to build wealth, personal financial wealth, financial success, depending on what that means for you. Currently, we educate people in all over the United States, Europe, Canada, and 20 countries, actually. We're not yet in Africa. We're working on it. We haven't branched into Africa yet. But like I said, those Africans or anybody, doesn't have to be Africans, that are in the United States or Canada or Europe, you absolutely can take advantage of this wellness program where you begin to get educated on wellness and how you too can begin to empower yourself from a financial standpoint, from a physical standpoint, which is being healthy and living a longer life with everything going on with COVID-19. And to get more information on that, all you got to do is just send a text message to wellness. Just text wellness to 404. You might need to put one before that, I'm not sure, but 404-454-7442. Again, that number, 404-454-7442. And just type in there wellness, and that way we'll be able to give you more information on how you can tap into that industry, on how you could begin to also change your life from a physical standpoint, especially with educating yourself on COVID-19, and also from a financial standpoint, and who couldn't use extra income right now with everything going on. So I just wanted to share that, and I'll be more than glad to address any questions based on this information. Thank you so much for this opportunity to empower others.
Oh my goodness, I am just completely blown away because I have not seen someone who is able to conceptualize or monetize ideas and concepts in 20 minutes. We have lots of questions for you. But just before we go, first I must commend you and thank you for your success story. Somebody just sent a link of an interview you did on YouTube, when you were explaining your American dream. And I was like, what? Everything now making sense, because people need to go back and find out who you really are, because just listening to you, it will look like, no, this is not real. But you need to research about the person first. That I have learned from you. So I now understand what you are saying. And I must commend you for inspiring people. I must commend you for the wonderful things you're doing back home and in America here. Thank you so much. The questions are very real, and what you have discussed are very fundamental. That as long as you are here, you need to have a source of income or a source of resources, you understand, for you to get by, for you to be passionate just like you are, for you to do anything, for you to take care of your mom, your loved ones, for you to take care of people back home, and for you to be an example of those naysayers who felt that things will not go the way it is. And that's why you are sharing the story to inspire a lot of people. And that's what I have gained from here. I will also share some of my stuff, but let me go to the questions. But first, is there anyone in the floor that wants to get the question before I start to rail out the questions? Anyone on the floor that wants to ask anything on what you've heard on wellness, the need for you not to take things for granted, because those things you take for granted, you take your health for granted, you take generating wealth for granted, you take taking care of your kids for granted. If you take it for granted, those things will take you away. It will be all taken away from you, and then you become miserable. Then you end up having all those wellness-related challenges or negative vibes, and then you do not meet your maximum stuff. Is there anyone on the floor that wants to ask a question? I'm not looking on the chat platform, so I cannot be able to pick one. But let me say the questions that I have here from Tanzania. Mulenka. Mulenka says, thank you, moderator, for this excellent presentation. Please ask Mr. Chukwudi that is achieving the American dream available for, I think what he's saying is achieving the American dream. Is it for everyone? That's his question. Achieving the American dream. Is it for everyone? I guess what he's saying is that the kind of wealth you are trying to introduce to people, the kind of wealth people need to get, can it be visible considering the fact that people are in America, people are in New Zealand, people are in Africa, people are in Mali, and can it be possible? Then I'll ask the next question.
Wonderful. Great question, by the way. And the answer is absolutely, absolutely. And when we say the American dream, you know, I thank God I'm happy that, you know, I was able to come to the United States. You know, some of us were able to come to US or Canada or United Kingdom. I'm happy about that opportunity. But, you know, it's interesting because I mentioned earlier, I wasn't the A student in school, you know, as far as book smart or B student in school. But you know what's interesting about that is that I always was the type of person, I always wanted to create. Okay, when I was young, growing up in Nigeria, I just wanted to create things. I never liked the idea of just sitting down and reading a book and, you know, cramming stuff. Some of you know what cram means, and cramming stuff and all that stuff. That was just never me. So it wasn't that I wasn't smart. It was just that I looked at from a creative standpoint. But, you know, back in the day, I went to school in the 80s, and creativity back then wasn't really a strong subject, if that makes sense. Well, it's interesting because things have changed. I know now, look, I mean, with social media and all the things now everybody is like, hey, what can I create, right? Look at even this platform we're on, the YouTube platform and the Zoom platforms and Facebook and all this stuff. They weren't available back then. It's all about creativity, right? So what I'm saying to you is that if you happen to be in America, you know, we use the term American dream. I love it, because you're here and definitely you can create or get involved in opportunity and stuff like that. But guess what? Even if you're in Africa, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Cameroon, wherever you are, listen, again, it starts up here, guys. It starts with you. It starts with you being creative and just create an idea. And from that, it's amazing how success begins to happen. But it starts somewhere. It starts all in the mind. So I hope I addressed your question. Even if you're in Africa and maybe you don't have the opportunity to come to a place like America or for the American dream, listen, you can make that dream happen in Africa. You really can.
I love what you've just said, because these are things he wanted to seek clarification. That the American dream is just an idea, like you said, but that the premise upon that idea is what delivers you that wealth, is what delivers you that opportunity. It's what inspires you. But you can be inspired, but the key thing is to have a passion, a talent, a skill to create. It is the creation that you do, and then linking it with available opportunity that now emboldens that American dream you say. So just saying American dream is not the issue, but it's an idea. So you can have an African dream. It will still be synonymous with the American dream, but you must create something, whether in service, whether in products, and whether in things. I totally agree with you, and I think I love the way you summarize. The next question is, thank you, moderator. I'm beginning to see why I should have been here. I love what Chukwudi is doing. And please ask him. He said something about financial wellness. I'm aware of mental wellness. I'm aware of some other things. What does it mean to have financial wellness? I think what he's saying is this.
Yes, you were able to link what the mental wellness should be or the biological wellness should be. And then you said something about physical wellness, but you also said something about financial wellness. So he wants to know, what is your own concept or definition around financial wellness? Then I'll ask the other questions.
I love it. I love it. Well, yeah, that's a great question. And, use financial wellness. What it basically entails is just somebody said something interesting. I love what the person said. The person said that in order for you to have success, you have to be frustrated with what you're currently experiencing financially. Like, let's say you don't like what's in your bank account. Let's say you don't like the money in your bank account. You have to be frustrated about that. Like, okay, you know what? This must change. And, it's interesting because, by the way, I didn't give all my story. Of course, I had to kind of summarize it in time. But you know that when I came to America, because of this situation and things prior to me getting involved in business, I ended up losing my car. I lost my car. They call it a repossession. So they repossessed my car. And then I even lost my home. I lost my home. It's called a foreclosure. The sheriff showed up to my house with three, and they kicked me out of my home. They literally kicked me out. I told them, look, I don't know where to go. They said, it doesn't matter. They kicked me out. So, I was in really bad shape, like really bad shape here in America now. And, it's interesting, but I got frustrated at the idea that I'm here and I came here in order to have a better life. And here I am going through repossession, going through foreclosure. You understand? I didn't tell nobody because I was too embarrassed to tell people I was living a life like that. Especially my family back home, telling them, are you serious? You're in America and you got kicked out of your home. So, the point is I internalized it and I made it, I said, I got angry. I got angry that I don't like what I'm experiencing. And, and that's why prayer to me is so important, prayer, because, when you want something, you pray. It's in my favorite book. It says, ask and it shall be given. Sometimes people misconstrue what that means. Ask and it shall be given don't mean you ask and it comes right there. No, ask and the opportunity will show up. The opportunity. However, you now have a choice to make. Are you going to walk into that opportunity or are you going to make excuses? And one thing I always tell people, instead of saying one day, because I know y'all are watching me and you're saying, oh, maybe one day I'll be able to have success like him. Maybe one day I'll be able to be a millionaire. Maybe one day I'll be able to drop out, be a 9-to-5 dropout as well. Well, I got one better. Why not day one? Why not switch one day to day one and make today the first day? Doesn't mean everything is going to change today, but remember what I said, it starts with a mind. Make today day one of the process. Tomorrow will be day two. And that's how I got out of it. And now, not only am I able to, of course, have my own even bigger home than the one I was kicked out of, but also with the cars and things like that. But the point I'm just trying to make is, yes, financial wellness just means you empowering yourself to be successful and take it from there and begin to succeed. Thank you.
I completely agree with you that financial wellness has the component of empowerment. Like you earlier said, has the component of creating something, and creating that thing will mean packaging it in such a way that it can appeal to a target audience who are willing to drop the monetized version of the value of what you are producing for them. And I love the fact that you have been able to also add the component of spirituality, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, whether you are a monk. The concept of spirituality is to allow you to extra focus, laser focus, to tune off every other thing that would discourage the vision that you have to create the wealth. You are completely right. The next question that I have here, my phones are beeping, is how important is money to attaining this vision that you say? Thank you so much, Chukwudi, and thank you, moderator, for what you do. I don't know your name. Don't worry about my name. I'll give my name. So Chukwudi, what he's saying is this. He's concerned that he feels that money is important now because our presenter Chukwudi keeps saying these wonderful things. But what about money now? What about money? How important is money in attaining this financial wellness, this vision, this American dream that you call an idea, but that requires creation? So please, you have the floor.
Okay. Well, I think going back to the book again, it says money answereth all things, right? Okay, so here's the reality. If money is not there, even the vision, even the vision of this platform that we're on today, watch democracy grow, right? It's all money. Building a ministry, building a family, money is absolutely necessary for that. And that's just the reality. And that's why I said what I said earlier, that at the end of the day, you just have to look and say, okay, what I'm experiencing right now, what I'm encountering right now in my life financially, is it getting me where I want to get to? Is it helping me? Look, to put children in good schools requires money. I mean, that's just the reality, to live in a good neighborhood, it requires money. So money is absolutely necessary. Is money everything? Absolutely not. Because like I said earlier, I mean, the book says, I'm going to put holes in your pocket. So you could have the money, but if you don't have a balance, and if you don't respect the fact that, okay, you know what, there's a reason why this money was given to me. There's a reason why, my favorite book says, to whom much is given, much is expected, right? Yes. So I truly believe, yes, we do need that platform so that when we have it, we can help others. It's amazing what I've been able to assist my family in Nigeria and other people with. But if I didn't have it, then I'll be making excuses, right? But I like the fact that rather than me making excuses, I can empower others so that they too can begin to grow and they can begin to excel. Like I said, to whom much is given, much is expected. So when you do have the money, be sure to look out for your people. Be sure to look out for others so that we can all rise together. And that's why I appreciate this platform, what y'all are doing. I mean, we have so much diverse groups here. I'm from Nigeria. Mary is from Uganda. We have people from all over. And I love that we could come together and grow together. Yes.
And the next question is, please ask Dr. Chidi if it's possible for him to have a webinar. Say, okay, I think what she's asking, she's from Ghana. Allison is asking, he knows a lot about this wellness coaching stuff, but he likes your style. Are there ways that do you have like a Zoom? Do you have like a session? Do you have like a website where people can log in and then sit down and have extensive time with you on wealth creation, wellness, and all this stuff? So he wants to know whether you have a website. He wants to know whether you have your email with you, and he wants to have whether you have future engagements for websites. Thank you. I think that's all. He wrote a lot of stuff. So
okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a great question. And the answer is absolutely yes. I definitely have a Zoom where you can plug in, and yes, you can get more details and things like that. So we do have a Zoom. I'm not sure if Mary Uwera has my Zoom link. If you do, Mary, if you could put it on the chat. I think there's a chat section somewhere.
Yeah, there is. But you can also say your email. If you say your email, I'll write it out. I'll still put it there. Then he can hear.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, my email is Dave. Dave is my English name. So DAVE, Ajeren, which is my last name, AJIEREN. I hope I didn't go too fast. So Dave.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
Ajeren, AJIEREN @gmail.com. So Dave Ajeren @gmail.com.
Excellent. So Dave Ajeren @gmail.com. Dave as in DAVE AJIEREN, one word, @gmail.com.
Yes, and like I mentioned earlier too, one can also text wellness.
Yes, you can text wellness to +1 if you are foreign, but from those within US, 404-45-7442. If I'm wrong, please, can you just say it again?
Yeah, let me say it again, please. Is +1, like you said, 404-454, and then 7442.
Okay, let me say it again just to repeat it. So it's for those coming from outside the country, you have to put the code +1. For those of us within the United States and around, it's 404-454-7442. 404-454-7442. And the email is
Go ahead. And of course, like, I'm so glad you made that point. For those who are maybe in other countries besides the
Yes,
US.
you have to put the +1.
Yeah, they can text that same wellness to on WhatsApp. So
yes.
Everyone has access to WhatsApp, so they can text that wellness to WhatsApp with that same number, and we will definitely provide them with more details on the wellness program and how it all works and all.
Yes, I don't know if you have time. I have 2 more questions. And the other question that was sent in here is, as you know, please, I am a young boy who just finished university. I'm a Nigerian. I'm from Southeast, and I know your family. As you know, things are really very hard in most African countries. The environment you find yourself in the US may be conducive for you to drive and create things. What do you advise as the model or the style that I should use in my own situation where things are always tough? How do you think I can survive here? I think what he's trying to say is this, that the environment you find yourself is equally an important factor in you creating wealth. But like you told us, it should not be a discouraging factor. Instead, it should make you elevate your game. Agreed. What do you advise, since you have tasted both worlds? What do you advise the young man do? Should he go big, or should he go gradually or small and then diversify? Because from all I have seen in your story, you experienced another world. You had the opportunity to come to a new world. You researched and asked questions. You went back to school. You got a paying job. It didn't end up well for you. You didn't relent. You got connected to someone who understood the concept of wealth and wellness. Then you expanded, create partnership, but you never forgot your vision, and you always added spirituality. This is what I gained in all your story. And that's why the American story, or the ideal of the American dream, was successful. He's now saying his own template may not be like this. What advice will you do, since you have experienced the other side? What will you tell him to go by? Thank you.
I love it. And that's an amazing question. And it makes a lot of sense. I totally understand. However, you know, and I don't want to put it from this format. I mean, hey, I'm in America, and it's, you know, I'm glad. However, if I was still in Nigeria, if I was still there and the opportunity didn't open up in 1996 for me to come to America, I would have focused on, okay, you know what, because I know how tough sometimes it is over there, especially, I mean, you hear stories of people who even go to school and they have the degree and they can't find a job. It's just, I mean, so many people going through that, not just in Nigeria, but even in other African countries as well. So me, you got to think from a business standpoint. You got to think, okay, you know what, if the opportunities are not there for me to go get a job, then let me create my own. And you don't necessarily have to go big and just take everything out and go put into that. What I would suggest you do first is, what's your passion? What are you passionate about? Because see, that's where it starts. It starts with what are you good at? So that's a question you have to ask yourself. What am I good at? What is it that when I think about it, I get excited? You know, because it's always good when you go with something you're passionate about. Like, for instance, what I do right now, educating people in this wellness field, I've been doing it for the last 14 years, 14. But you should hear me talk about it. I'm still excited about it, you know? See, that's how you know, okay, I found a niche. I found something I'm passionate about, right? Exactly. So that it starts there. What is it that you get excited doing? What is your passion? And then once you figure out what your passion is, then you now begin to just let your mind run wild. That's what I tell people. Let your mind run wild. I talk about it in the book, Make This Your Best Year Ever. Let your mind run wild. Like what is it you could do in that area? And then just start. But remember what I said, make it day one. Make today day one. But just come up with your passion, start there, start coming up with different things that you could do in that sector. And it's always good to find a mentor. If you could find somebody maybe to guide you, to mentor you through the process, it's always great to have a mentor, and then go for it. So hope that helps. Our moderator, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Thank you. I'm sorry, just a little technical stuff. Thank you. I'm with you, and I totally agree with you on that. Then the last question before we go to the final panel. Thank you so much, Mr. Dave. I'm really very impressed that as an African American, you've been able to excel. The question I want to let our audience know, and I want you to share your view, is we used to have what we call the old American dream, where you work for others, save enough money for your kids, but that is no longer working again. From what you are saying, there's a new American dream or a new American idea where you live large, where you are comfortable, where you are passionate, where you must develop skill, and where you must share from people. What do you think should be the new American dream on your own point of view? So I think what Linda is saying is this, that the original concept people know in 1920, in 1980s, an American dream, like we said, we agree is an idea, but that idea was to work from 9 to 7, like you said, and then suddenly get fired. But we realized that over the years, in the last 30 years, people are even more fired before they know. They drive to work only to hear it's their last day. They become depressed, they pick up gun, they start shooting people. Now it's no longer working again. But your vision now is saying a new way of an American dream, where you are passionate, you create. The frustration of what they've done to you force you to create, to become entrepreneurial. Yes. What do you agree with that concept, that you are actually explaining to us a new American dream, or do you think we are still in the old American dream? Then we call it a day. You give us a summary and then we move to the next panel. Thank you, sir. Have the floor.
Absolutely. That's a great question. That's a great question. And yeah, look, I mean, it's 2020, guys. And, with everything going on right now, you begin to realize that with everything, you look at what's happening, look at how COVID-19 has affected not only America, but every single country. And you begin to realize that, yeah, the new normal is basically having your own. It's interesting. I was telling somebody the other day, we thought it was funny. My commute every single day from my bedroom to my office is 5 seconds. I have a 5-second commute. Okay. And I love it. I love the fact that I'm able to work from home and able to work around my own schedule, work around my own hours. And here's the best part, the freedom knowing that nobody will ever call you up and say, hey, we don't need you anymore. Nobody will ever call you up and say you are downsizing. Nobody will ever. I have heard so many people, because of this pandemic, have had their pay cut off. They've had their pay reduced. And they were like, either you have your pay reduced or you could walk away. We don't need you anymore. And you know what's really sad? Do you know the term that they're using to describe people today? They're using the term, what's the term? There's a term that they're using to describe people, which I just can't believe that they would even use a term. It's like unnecessary because of the pandemic. And so those are the people that they get to lay off. And so I just tell you that, everything happens for a reason. And when you really look at what's happening, you begin to realize, that, we really have to take you have to take things by the horns and just create the life that you deserve. And the best way that I found out, and for so many other people, like he said, entrepreneurship, like being your own boss, like having a business. And like I said, you could either, if there's already one that's available, then why not plug into it like I did, and of course MS. But if there's not any readily available for you, then of course you could start with that creation that we talked about earlier, and just start with your passion. It's always great to start in that area. Start with your passion, go from there. And I hope everyone can hear me. Okay, yeah, start from there and then move forward. But really, guys, I'm telling you, it's really a beautiful place to be. And I just thank God. I give him all the glory, all the praise for all the success I've had, because I know that at the end of the day, it was me, first of all, being wise enough. Wisdom is important, guys. And being wise enough to say, okay, you know what? I can't do this by myself. So, go and meditate and say, hey, Father, because every one of us was created, right? I hope you know that. If there's anybody here that disputes that, that might be another conference we absolutely must have. I hope everyone here believes you were created in God's image. And one thing I always tell people, God, the same God, we keep saying the American dream, the same God in America is the same God in Africa. It's the same God in Asia. It's not a different God. It's not like, okay, one God is for America. So it's the same God, okay? So when you reach out to him, like you reach out to your father, right? And if, let's say you're hungry, one of my friends gave this perfect analogy. He said, if I'm hungry, right? I'm hungry, and I go to my father and I said, Daddy, I'm hungry. You know, like your real dad. Daddy, I'm really hungry. And he said, will your dad give you a snake to eat? Or will he give you stone to eat? I don't think there's anybody on this call who would say, yeah, my father will gladly do that. I doubt it. Our fathers, our mothers would gladly, you know, take care of us. Well, imagine now, these are humans. Then imagine our real father up there, the one who actually created us in his own image. So I feel we first have to go to him and say, show me. Show me. It doesn't matter what's happening around me. I believe in you. I trust in you. And I know that if you say I'm going to be the head and not the tail, then I'm going to be the head. You know, and that's where it all starts, guys. It starts with just having that faith, having that belief in yourself, in your abilities, and just knowing that you deserve a chance to have a better life. Always remember that. You deserve a chance. Every single one of you watching me right now, you deserve a chance to have a better life. It did for me, and it can for you too. Listen, I'm going to see all of you at the top because the bottom is overcrowded. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much for rounding up that excellent presentation of never be poor, which means passing over opportunity repeatedly. And thank you so much for reminding us that you are not, your educational status, your father's status is not a function of your wealth. What is the function of your wealth is your ability to create from your skills, your talent, and your passion. And that you might have all the money in the world. If you do not have that creating or the creative content mentality or the entrepreneurial mentality, it will all go down in waste. And in everything, the courage is required for you to move forward. And that courage is enshrined in your spiritual belief. Because it's one thing to have the money, it's the courage to take up a venture that you really do not see the future ahead. And that all together, of course, sharing your story with people, in partnering with people and working, you know, in a healthy, ethical state is a very important. Thank you so much, Mr. Dave, and God bless you. We move on to our final panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We move on to our final panel for the day, and our final panel for the day is the third and the final panel. It will have us talking about COVID and some of the challenges that befall us with COVID. On that note, we'll bring up our next presenter. Our next presenter is Chidi Ukomadu. Chidi Ukomadu is an African graduate from the Enugu State University in Nigeria of Science and Technology. He holds a degree in public administration, and he'll be telling us and talking to us about the impact and the effect of COVID-19 on the economy, the need for us to have youthful entrepreneurship principles and strategy, the need for us to have good governance, and the role of peace building in achieving sustainable development. Mr. Chidi Ukomadu, you have 2 minutes to give us an intro about who you are, 15 minutes to consolidate and crystallize your presentation, and then 5 to 6 minutes if we have time for questions and answer. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good evening all. Can you hear me over there? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening. Okay, thank you. I want to state that there is some sort of a reorganization or restructuring of the topic that I am to speak on this evening. So what I was asked to speak on after my discussion with Mary is police brutality issues, corruption, and how it impedes good governance on the continent. So it is quite different from what Dr. Bujie said. I'm talking on police brutality issues,
Go ahead, sir. You're in order.
and
Others will
how
also
it
speak on
competes.
the other panelists will speak on the youth. You are perfectly in order. Police brutality with the view of building, peace building, good governance, they're all interrelated. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I go on, before I continue, I want to thank the Watch Democracy Grow. I have actually been watching democracy grow. It's a non-political, a new narrative that wants to help to, bring a new way of thinking in, especially among the youth. You can see what is happening in Nigeria now. The youths have risen up, not only in Nigeria. It started in Mali, it is there in Guinea, and now it is in Nigeria. The sleeping giant of Africa has roused. The youth of Africa has turned to a moving train, and nobody will stand before them. So as I said, I'll be talking on police brutality issues, corruption, and how it impedes good governance on the continent. You see, the police as an institution originally was meant to serve and to protect. But we cannot say this is true in most African countries, and especially in Nigeria. If you have been, going through the social media quite recently, in the last 2 weeks or so, you'll be seeing what has been trending. End SARS. It is an agitation against the brutality, the harassment, even the maiming and killing of the people who are supposed to serve and to protect. So it has gotten to a level that Nigerian youth now said, no, enough is enough. This cannot continue. We can't continue this way. In Nigeria for quite some time now, it has become a crime for you to be a youth and rich. It is a crime. It is a crime for you, and you're wearing dread. People called a special and harassing our youth. They will tell them, I will kill you and nothing will happen. And that has been happening, and they have been getting away with it. They will kill you, our youth. They will maim them. They will brutalize them, and nothing will happen. It is really unfortunate. And this continued for a very long time, and nobody was coming to the rescue of the youths until they rose and say, enough is enough. That became the trigger that triggered a lot of other things that is aimed at enthroning good governance, that is aimed at bringing a holistic reforms in the whole system in the country. Now, one would be wondering, what is the problem? How come that an institution that was created to serve and to protect now became an institution of coercion, now became an institution of brutalization, of humiliation, of maiming, of killing the people they are meant to serve? I feel in order to understand this, we have to take a look at the root cause of the problem. And this could be looked at from several perspectives. The first one is from a historical perspective. Now, hello, you still hear me? Am I on?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Mary, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Hello?
Okay.
Go ahead.
So we can, yeah, okay, no problem. I had you. Oh, thank you. So we can take a look at this from several perspectives. The first one is historical. You see, you all are aware that Nigeria had a colonial legacy. the police force we had was a colonial creation. And when it started around 1861 as part of the Hausa Constabulary, that later split into the police and the army. You see, you discover that when the British colonialists came, they came here on a mission, economic exploitation. So the police was created not to serve and to protect, and because of that, they can coerce, they can intimidate, they can brutalize in order to achieve the aim of their masters, the British colonialists. And this continued for a very long time. Even after independence, just 6 years into the independence, the military struck. The military took over. So they were part of the military government. During that period, you will be hearing of unknown soldiers. A group of soldiers will come, kill people, even sack a village, and they will be moved from that point to another. When you ask, they will say it was unknown soldiers that did it. That is how the police force continued. They will kill people, they will maim, they will destroy, and now they will move to another place and they cannot be traced. Now, these people they call Special Anti-Robbery Squad. In not quite long before this agitation that led to their disbandment, some of them even go about with POS. They will have their guns on their shoulders and will tell you, you are going to transfer so and so amount of money. If you don't do it, we will kill you and nothing will happen. Once they see any youth dressing well, when they see any youth driving any good vehicle, they will get their phones searched. Once they see a huge amount of money in their bank details, you must transfer part of it, up to half. If you don't do it, you'll be threatened. Now, to me, this Special Anti-Robbery Squad should be better called Special Authorized Robbery Squad. Because when you are using weapons to force somebody to send money to you, to transfer money to you, my brothers, that is robbery.
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Go ahead, sir.
Led to that is psychology. From a psychological perspective. In a study done by Professor Tamino de Blessing, form itself is a problem. Black, standing on the road, standing under the sun, that black has a way of attracting light, making the heat to be more intense. And because of that heat, that their body is no longer the way it should, they are annoyed, they are against the state, against everybody, and they now take it out on the people. That is the second thing that has been leading to this brutality. The third one is funding. These people are underfunded. When you look at the salary structure of the Nigerian police force, it is one of the poorest in the world. A constable receives about 46,000 naira, which is about $128, with what some people used to go to a bar, and when they are coming back, they won't have any change. This is what somebody goes home as a take-home pay. How do you expect the person to be happy? Okay. Another issue that has been leading to this, their brutality and their general attitude to Nigerians is corruption, nepotism, and tribalism. This could be seen in the police high command. They are being brutalized too by the superior officers. So when they are brutalized, they come back to us to brutalize the masses. A good number of them will stay at a place, at a particular position for years. The officers will tell you, if you don't bring such amount of money, nobody will promote you. And they be going about with annoyance. PRO once said something in part of the country because they know that the standard of living there is a little bit higher.
People are carrying money about, people that have businesses. So they go there, they brutalize them, and then it's either you pay the money or anything else untoward will happen to you. As I said, the police high command is part of the problem that we are having in terms of their attitude towards the people. You know, I used to have a friend who used to be the commander of SARS in one of the states close to FCT. At times I go to visit him, and in the evenings you see some outriders. They will come. When they will come and leave, he will tell me, these are IG boys. They came for their own court. So it then means that these SARS people will do whatever they could in order to make money, and at the end of the day, they will take back to the powers that be. And if you don't do it, they will remove you and brought more brutal people that will brutalize, traumatize, coerce, harass, intimidate, maim, and even kill in order to raise money to, you know, give the superior officers. So it is a very big issue. So having said that, let's go to corruption and the good governance. When you talk of corruption, we are talking of the abuse of public authority or wrongdoing, as well as acquiring wealth and power for private benefit. Transparency International states that corruption is misuse of entrusted power for private gains. Now, what has been responsible for this prevalence of corruption? The first one is cultural factors. In Africa, especially in Nigeria, we have come to see corruption as a way of life. If you are not corrupt, honestly, after your stay in the public service, in the police or any other place you worked, and you came home, yeah, people will be looking at you as a failure. Look at this man when he was in power. How many of us did he give job to? How many of us did he award contracts to? But because of this man was doing what he was supposed to do, he had been looked as a failure. So anybody that from that village or from that community that goes into that office, we want to do what people want in order to be accepted. These are one of the things that leads to corruption. Another thing could be environmental factor, where everybody else, peer pressure, peer comparison, everybody is doing the same thing. One man now said, when the best of people take bribes, isn't it the fool who doesn't? Everybody is doing this. You cannot be the odd man out. That is what is obtainable in the environment. You join them too, you join the bandwagon. So these are some of the factors that lead to corruption in Africa. And we have types of corruption. You can talk of a political corruption, that is the manipulation of election, people and institutions in order to retain power and office. This is very high in Africa. The old horses, the people who have been in power since independence, they have been there. They have been manipulating. They have been using money. They have been changing policies in order for them to continue to remain in power. Another one is bureaucratic corruption. This one is another very endemic and dangerous aspect of corruption. These are the masters. A good number of them in public service tells these politicians how to embezzle money. And not just embezzling money, how to cover up the tracks and they will not be caught. They call it retirement. A good number of them will have more than 50 registered companies and different receipts. So that when they help politicians to steal money, they know how to cover their tracks and nobody will catch them. It is a very big issue. You know, corruption, we equally have a judicial corruption where justice is for sale. In Nigeria, in Africa, at the last, the first administration of our president, General Buhari, well, there was a time he was attacking the judiciary. A good number of them were arrested. Some even security agencies broke into the homes of judicial officers to show you the level of corruption even among the people who are supposed to be the last hope of the people, desecrating the temple of justice. Now, corruption has a lot of impact on good governance. Africa has a huge deficit on good governance. This could be attributed to the level of corruption which refuses to abate all over the continent, especially in Nigeria. That of Nigeria has become so intractable, so endemic. A lot of agencies, organizations have been created in order to make sure that corruption is reduced to the barest minimum, but still nothing is happening. You have the Code of Conduct Bureau, you have the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, you have the ICPC, you have the police, you have the Financial Intelligence Unit. Still, upon all this, corruption is still on the high in every facet of our national life on daily basis. Now, there are several ways that corruption manifests in our land. The first one is budget padding. This one is among legislators. They're smuggling projects that have no bearing to the people, that has no place in the original budget, thereby diverting funds that are meant for the people to their private pockets. And most of the time, these contracts are overinflated. Okay, another one is award of substandard projects. Several governments, since the inception of democracy, have been trying to, improve the lives of the people. But you see that it's as if they are pouring water in a basket, because upon all the efforts, nothing is happening. So what is the problem? There are some roads you will see that is going on those roads. What happens? They will not give these roads to a contractor that are proven that are worth their metal. They give it to substandard people where they will pay them a little amount of money and they divert the other ones. At the end of the day, after a year or two, you will see potholes and the whole roads will scatter. It is a big problem. It is one of the conduit pipes that our national funds is being siphoned and wasted. Now, under Obasanjo's regime, about $16 billion was spent on the power sector. Up to now, power is very epileptic in Nigeria. In other countries, you have the central power system, that's the national power on the national grid, as the main source of power, and then you have generators as backup. But in Nigeria, you have generator as backup, and then the public power supply as your backup. Generators become the main power supply. National power supply backup is really unfortunate. That is why up to now, when some countries are talking of 80, 100 and something megawatts of electricity, we are still battling around 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, rocking forth and back. It is a very big problem here in Nigeria. And then administration, a CCTV project to cover the whole FCT and Lagos with closed circuit camera. The contract was awarded. But after some time, I even wondered if the thing worked for a day. Go to the whole of Abuja and Lagos now, they have all packed up. In fact, it is rodents and insects that are using it as their abode at the moment. This is really unfortunate. It's as a result of awarding contracts to substandard contractors who are not tested and trusted.
Hello.
Another issue that has to borders on corruption.
Hello, Mr.
Yes.
Chief.
Yes, I can hear you.
We're in the rounding off phase, right? Because we have 1 or 2 questions and we have other panel. So you have about 5 minutes more.
Okay. Now, apart from a substandard project, you still have jumbo pay for political office holders, where Nigerians are talking of minimum wage of 30,000 naira, and their senators are going home with nearly $100,000 every month. We have over bloated bureaucracy. Anybody that comes into power will, and all these things keep wasting money that should have been used for and to make Africa highly deficient in good governance, lacking in basic infrastructure and productive capacity, and material resources. Africa has become the sick man of the world. And this something is not done urgently, it may slip into coma very soon. Now, what do we do? In case of a police brutality, there are certain things that could be done to improve police service. The first one is good salaries. They deserve good salaries. I believe when they are paid there, it is going to improve their attitude towards the people. Another one is improved standard of living, then training and retraining of personnel. It is very important. And then making officers responsible for their acts. You can't kill somebody and say, I will kill you and nothing will happen. By the time they start making them take responsibility for what they did, others will, start behaving well. Again, there should be need for independent agencies or commissions to take care of people's grievances. Those that have grievances should go to them and complain. And then the issue of the name, that name Nigerian Police Force should be changed to Nigerian Police Service. There is nothing forced about it. It is to serve and to protect. And then issue of corruption in Africa, we need to reform the electoral process. Until we start bringing in the right people, until we start making election, our votes count, all these old roguish politicians will keep recycling themselves, and it will be the same story every time. And then there is need for harder punishment for convicted looters. By the time they spend 20, 30 years in detention, others who wouldn't want to go there again. And again, there should be a timeline, like this agitation that has started now. The youth should make the government have or talk of a particular timeline that they are going to implement all these reforms that they asked them, they agitated for it to be done. And again, finally, African youths, Nigerian youths should refuse to be divided, because what they have been using is that they use religion, they use ethnicity, they use tribe to divide us, to divide the youth. That whenever, like you see what happened in NSAS protest, youths from all over Nigeria gather. They don't even have a leader. That shows that they have decided to make Africa the Africa of their dream. They don't have leaders. They provided for themselves. They are ICT savvy. They are highly educated. They know what they want. They tried everything they could to break their backbones, even shooting. These people refused. Now they are bringing in ethnicity and religion. They are beating ethnic tonton. Let African youth refuse to be divided based on ethnicity and religion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chidi, for really chronicling, for really putting in place the timeline and the storyline of how good governance should be and relating it with the current situation in the country. We sympathize with you, and we sympathize with all Nigerians, all young people in Nigerians who have been going through unquestionable stress as a result of police brutality. It has been condemned by every other one, and we will be getting a question from you soon. We hope that you just hold on with us while we pick on the second speaker. I have all your questions here. The second speaker is about to go for an international conference, and he's in South Sudan right now, about to travel. So once he's done with his presentation, we'll come back to pick up your questions and find out what is really going on. But like I said, organizers of this event, myself as a Nigerian, we are totally in support of the need for young people to demand their future, so that for posterity's sake and for their own kids, they'll do better. And we love your strategy on good governance and some of those simple solutions, and questions here are also coming on other solutions they recommend. So just hang on with us for some few minutes. I want to call on the second speaker, Mr. Ian Matthew. He's from South Sudan. He is a graduate. He is a graduate with postgraduate qualification on in education. He's a known South Sudan linguistic professional, and he's an advocate that demands sustainable development for the country of South Sudan. Mr. Ian Matthew Cole, please, you have the floor. After your session, we'll now go back to Chidi's question. Mr. Matthew, over to you, sir.
Well, thank you so very much. I hope I'm audible. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, sir. You're doing good. Good.
Okay, thank you so very much. I would like to register my gratitude, Doctor, for chancing me this privilege to be able to discuss a very serious topic. But verily, on the other hand, also, I would like to thank Sister Mary, who made it possible for me to be able to be a part of this forum to discuss issues of concern on these important fora, Watch Democracy Grow. And so please accept my gratitude and greetings. All the protocol is observed. Verily, I can't forget our viewers, wherever they are. You have my humble greetings as well. I will be enrushed. I've been shouldered the task of responsibility to tackle a topic entitled Peace Building in Africa. Peace building in Africa. Of course, given the context of the topic, this is not an easy topic that can be finished only in some few minutes. However, we cannot also derail people to stay to listen to us for ages or millennia just because the topic cannot be finished in a minute. So these are some of the things that I would like to balance. And so just in the beginning, I would like to be very honest that methodologically, this topic is a serious topic, is an important topic, and we shall continue actually discussing the topic. But I believe the topic of peace building in Africa cannot be discussed in isolation with all the issues that you have been discussing since morning to the very minute. Yeah. Some people think that talking about peace is just related to one thing, but it is related to society, it's related to the economics, it is related to health, it's related to so many issues and on and on. This I'll have to make from the very beginning. Now, let me get seriously to the topic. However, before I could get there, I would like to set a state for us to be able to read on the same page. So what is it that I'm suggesting? I would like to start with some few quotes, and then I would give the sequence of the presentations and see how we shall benedict and conclude. I would like to start with a saying that peace is a daily, a weekly, a monthly process, gradually changing opinions, slowly eroding all barriers, quietly building new structures. Somebody said that. Another person said that peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. And this notion is very famous because understanding is usually related to the mind. Peace has got something to do with the innermost of the personality, and it is a behavior before everything. And so this means that darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. And that's really very important when you speak about the issue of peace. There is another saying said by Hesley Healy, but I would like to end with it when I come to that later, which is very important for now. Now, the sequence of our discussions is going to be as follows. First of all, I would like to start with the concept of peace building. It's very important usually to decipher the terms or decode them so that we all read on the same page. We cannot discuss a topic and we suppose that we have the same understanding. It would be very important to see the angles upon which I would to discuss peace building in Africa. And so I would like to see the linguistic scope. I would like to see the terminological scope. Then I would jump to the basics of urgency for peace building in Africa by actually giving a rationale. Why problems in Africa? The need for peace. Even when we have lots of potentials, yet the country is in turmoil. Then we will set the basis for diagnosis of the problem. This is to set the criteria. Correct identification of the issues that will help us to get approaches that will help us discuss any issue. Hitherto, I'll touch a bit on the challenges, then the way forward and the conclusion. This is how I would like to discuss our topic. Now, let us start. As the topic suggests, the discussion shall dwell on the issue of peace building. But to display justice to our audience and given the scientific norms in tackling the issues in a methodological manner, I wish to first dwell on the terms related to the topic as I stated earlier. Let us have a quick look at the Africa we are due to speak about and attempt to diagnose the situation, the challenges, the prospects of the peace-building initiatives, strategies, approaches, and favorably recommendations. So exactly what is peace building? As you can see, peace building is a compound abstract noun in English, they would say. But it comprises of 3 morphemes. Now, a morpheme linguistically is a component that makes a word. So we have 2 free morphemes and 1 bound morpheme. Now, the first one is peace, which is free morpheme, because it has got a direct meaning. And the second one is build, is also a free morpheme. And then we have a bound morpheme, which is ing. Like international, word inter and national and al are bound morphemes because they are meaningless unless they are attached to words that can give meaning at least. Now, basically what we are saying is that the first, which is peace, originates into English language terminology from Anglo-French, peur, whereas the later means to construct, repair, restore, renovate, to re-establish or to mend. Now look, restore, re-establish, mend. These are very important terms that will help us later shortly. Now in short, we can say that peace means freedom from civil disorder. And one of the speakers has been speaking about brutality. Now look, if there is brutality, is there civil order? Internal and external warriors or panics, you can say. Now, when you're speaking about peace building, so many think that we speak about issues that are related to state, having UN or African Union or AAU or whatever organizations that you're talking about. No, there are other aspects that are psychological and social as well when you discuss the issue of peace building. So linguistically also, it is related to internal and external warriors or panics. Now contextually, it culminates reconciliation, silence, tranquility, agreement, harmony, and rest. These are all terms that are related to the first term, peace. Now, the online English dictionary refers to peace as a state of quit, freedom from disturbance. This disturbance could be political, it could be social, it could be psychological, it could be cultural, by the way, and on and on. That's why we have to stick to these terms. And again, it means freedom from agitation, okay? Or respite from war, because if there is war, then you are constrained, you're not free, and you don't have tranquility and peace of mind. And that's very internal. So that's very important. It means friendliness, calm, rest, coherence, concord, and silence. Now, of course, the achievements of such would be very utopian and may pose a lot of questions. That's why we are discussing peace building. Because could it really be possible to have such things at a go? Is it not very utopian of me? Am I talking about heaven and those that are suggesting issues related to peace building? Of course, these would be very logical questions if they are posed. But that's why we are discussing the topic. Now, that is just linguistic scope of the peace building. But terminologically as a term, peace building is a long-term process of encouraging inner confab, dialogue, trilogue. It can be dialogue, it can be trilogue, it can be repairing relationships and reforming institutions. For positive change to last, this is just to say, everyone affected by a destructive conflict has to be involved in the process of peace building. This is to suggest that transforming relationships is key to putting an end to violence. This is how some scholars look at the so-called peace building. On the other way, peace building donates the development of constructive personal is very important, personal. So peace does not start with two people. Peace starts with a person and understanding. It goes now to a dialogue, and then it goes to a trilogue, and it goes to a quadrilogue, and then it goes to quintilogue, and on, whatever level of speech. For positive change now to last, everyone affected by a destructive conflict has to be involved in the process. I repeat that. That is very important. Now, the groups can discuss. The issue could be discussed across political relationships. The issue could be discussed across ethnic relationships, class relationships, national and regional boundaries. These are the levels that we can discuss the issue on. The issue of peace building can be discussed on the level of apparatuses and milieux of horizontal and vertical levels. That's very important to ensure that we have it indeed. Now, why? So that it aims at resolving injustice in non-violent ways to transform the structural conditions that generate deadly conflict. Therefore, the phrase peace and security is an oft used one in common parlance because it implies a synergy, a complementary state that is not present when violence and conflict pervades society or a country. Therefore, both peace and security are means to other ends, but they are also means in themselves. So do two things. We are suggesting that peace building issue is something that is an end to us, but it also means for other issues, like you cannot speak about development if you don't have peace. You cannot speak about sound education unless you have peace. So these are interrelated ideas, but we are just setting the stage to discuss the issue further. Now, furthermore, peace is a stress-free state of security and calmness that comes when there is no fighting or war. Everything coexisting in perfect harmony and freedom. When you feel at peace with yourself, you are content to be the person. So that's really very important. That's an important issue to that extent. And so, brethren and sisters, wherever you are, generally peace is classified into two types, internal and external peace. This could take innermost of an individual. It could be internal in a country. It could be internal in a community. It could be internal in a religious sect or denomination and whatever level. Or it can be external, as we all see. Intrinsic and extrinsic. Internal peace is called by another word, inner peace, as I supposed. This process includes violent prevention, which is typically conflict management, its resolution, or transformation. Or if you come to the level of the state, you would be definitely talking about post-conflict reconciliation or trauma healing, because trauma is also a serious issue that can sometimes lead to what we call PSTD, post-stress traumatic disorder, where human beings become either proactive, or they become emulative, or they become imitative, or they become stereotypes of their masters. And that's very seriously a psychological affair. And so trauma healing is included. That is before, during, and after any given case of violence. And that sets the stage. This is also methodologically to suggest that peace building is a multidisciplinary cross-sector technique or method, which becomes strategic when it works over the long run and at all levels of society to establish and sustain relationships among people locally and globally. This is very important. There should never be by mistake any discussion of peace building if it is not interconnected. Peace building as an approach should not be taken as a single thing. Once you discuss it and you want to achieve it and realize it, you have to discuss it in the context of economy, in the context of development, in the context of education, in the context of media, in the context of societal healing, and on and on. That's what we are trying to suggest. So this is actually very, very important. Now, finally, to conclude with the term, peace building is a process intended to resolve current conflicts and prevent future conflicts by addressing the causes of the problem and building a comprehensive strategy to encourage lasting peace. Therefore, successful building not only stops or prevents violent conflict, it changes the way disagreement is handled in society or between nations. This is actually very important. Okay, now, the issue is not just to dwell on the term for so long, because our core essence of being tasked and shouldered this responsibility to talk about peace building in Africa is to also get a rationale why peace building in Africa, because that's really very important to set a stage for an approach. Okay, what's wrong with Africa then? What does it need? Why does it need peace building initiatives? Wow, that's a very big question to answer if we are to tackle the issue. But it is important, and that's why we're discussing the topic. Now, one, Africa is at war and conflict with itself. Tribe against tribe, ethnic against ethnic. We have states where the national army is ethnicized or tribalized. We have issues of where the national army is politicized when it is supposed to represent everyone. We have issues of our politics being militarized, and we have issues of our military being politicized. Now, look, these are all issues. So Africa is at war and conflict with itself on political levels, but also we can speak about other levels, on cultural and social levels. Africa is at war with the neighborhood. This is very important. Whose eyes are on African resources? This is very important, brothers and sisters. Africa is not just at war with itself. Africa is also at war with its neighborhood. Do you know why? Because of our resources. That's why don't ask me a question. Why is it that Greater Dollar is greater than anybody when they don't have gold more than us? We have a lot of gold in Africa. And by the way, to your information, we produced about 30% of minerals, of world minerals to the world. And yet our currencies are to the beneath.
Hello, Mr. Matthew.
Yes, go ahead.
We have about 5 minutes more, so you can answer 1 or 2 questions before you go for your meeting.
Really?
Yes. We have already gone past 18 minutes now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't know how I will summarize it, but it's okay. Let me try. There is no way. Okay. So taking the issues of the continent, the issues of exclusion, the issues of poverty, the issues of wars, the issues of hatred, the issue of bad governance and corruption, the issues of human rights violations, the issues of ethnic marginalization, the issues of small arms and light weapons propagation, the issues of hatred, the issues of absence of good education, the issues of planning, the issues of good governance, the issues of effects of colonization, the issues of the policies of neo-colonization. These are all issues that I had wanted to concentrate about, but I just mentioned them very quickly because this is why we need a peace building issue in Africa, just to set the stage. Now, are these happening? Why are we poor? Is it because we don't have resources? No, we are one of the richest continents. We have the cleanest water ever in the world. We have the nice forests ever. We have the minerals. We have the natural gas. We have, and on and on. And yet, we are the poorest. Where should the problem be? There are so many explanations to that. When you ask our corrupt leaders, or misleaders rather, they always give you the theory of the white man. Yes, it is very true that before the white man came, Africa was one. Like one of the novelists said, that before the white man came, we were one. Before the white man came, we ate together. Before the white man came, we drank together. Before the white man came, we danced together. But when the white man came, he brought us a black big book called Biblia. He told us to pray while our eyes closed. And when we closed our eyes, they took our minerals, our resources. And when we opened our eyes, they were gone. And once they were gone, our resources were taken. And we started to search where the problem is. Then we became Easterners of the bank and Westerners of the bank. So this is the theory that our leaders give. Yes, it is very true, the white man came and we were colonized. But the white man is gone. And yet we have our leaders. So where is the problem again? They would say the new colonialism, and it is again another fact. That's why we need peace building. But what do we do to conclude? Because I am supposed to set a method, but since I have only 5 minutes or 3 minutes left, let me just summarize. So what do we do then with all these hurdles to get the peace? First of all, we have to take a contextualized approach to peace building. What do I mean by that? You can never tackle issue of peace building through one approach. The approach has to be contextualized to your domestic situation, the time factor, the place, the cultures around, so that you achieve exactly what you want. You have to talk about roles to be played. The role to be played by the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Is it the state? Yes, the state has a role to play, but it is not just the state to play a role. If we are to achieve peace in Africa and to build it, we have other stakeholders, the communities, and then we have the civil society. We can have our diaspora, like you folks, who are now helping us. You can play a great role, like conscientizing, like orienting, like awareness, like inculcating the issue of peace. And of course, that's the big concept to discuss. It's not just a simple thing. And so for us to achieve this, we have to build the capacity of the stakeholders in managing the conflict in its all levels. We have to recognize the burdens of long-term violence. We have to diagnose it exactly. Every cultural, social, political issue has got its approach. It cannot always be one approach. We have to elicit plans from the locals. Let us not bring fixed solutions. Like somebody would say, well, the problem is socio-political. No, the problem may not be that unnecessary. The problem is different from a place to the other. Now read the human minds and their behaviors correctly so that you work on the conflict transformation. See your insider and outsider links. Who in the region is having the same mentality? Who in the world is having the same mentality? Because not anyone who pays us money to do these peace building initiatives is in line with us. Diagnose the spoilers. Have clarity of vision, mission, and objectives to your approach. Please identify the obstacles to strategic peace building. By doing what? By knowing who is financing you. What dictation is being made to you? And who are you dealing with in the continent as Africans, as one of the challenges and prospects? Because one of our challenges is that we have corrupt leadership. They are not allowing good leaders to get into the system. And so they are just followers of the white man. And because of the great trauma, to conclude, we are categorized as Africans to these levels. Some of us became proactive, like you folks, who are having such programs to save our continent, to build the peace. But very unfortunately, we have another group, they are not innovative or proactive. They have become emulative. Emulative by emulating what the white man does. And they think the solution can come always from the white man. They do not know they can be a solution themselves. Then we have another group that is stereotypes. Like, for example, if I open a shoe shop, everyone will also open a shoe shop. If I do a restaurant, they will do the same. So they are not entrepreneurial minded. This is also a group. So these are the levels that we have been divided into. Now, in conclusion, although I have so many issues that I have not finished, but because of time factor, let me say this, that continental peace should be anchored on the architecture of building it by talking about institutions. Let us not have elusive peace that is built on illusions, not on realities. Diagnose your issue, diagnose the conflict, decide who the stakeholders are, who should get involved. Do not exclude anyone. See the economic recovery continent. You see, do an all-encompassing concept of peace building. Think about the issue of legislations and litigations and punitive and preventive measures, because you cannot discuss peace building in isolation when it is not protected. So what do we do if we talk about peace and people now are in understanding? Once a dialogue is achieved, a spoiler can come. What do we do? How do we prevent? What legislations, what litigations, what preventive and punitive measures do we put in place? These are all mechanisms and things that we can do. Of course, I'm just speaking on continental level. Had I had time, I would have spoken and taken examples of different countries.
Yes.
But because the issue is global, we could not now. Otherwise, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
This is just a general overview.
Yes, thank you so much. And you are very right that it's difficult to summarize the processes of peace building in just 20 minutes or in 24 minutes. I totally agree with you. And then I know the organizers are looking at doing mini series where they'll just focus on the peace building generally for the entire hour. And I know you will do perfect justice to that. That said, I would want to know whether Mr. Chidi, are you still there with us? So we can pick up all the questions. I need to also go to the chat to look at the questions for Mr. Matthew. If you have any question for Mr. Matthew, who have been able to summarize the importance of peace building. You know, he said that peace building is all about trying to resolve injustice, trying to mitigate conflict, trying to bring people of opposing view together in such a way to transform and resolve the issue on ground and then move forward culturally, structurally to achieving sustainable development. And he embodied peace building in such a way that it is an inclusive thing that must be transparent, like he said. It must be devoid of ethnic, racial bias, and it must be something that has a human approach. And I completely agree with him. Mr. Chidi, are you still there? Hello, Mr. Chidi. Okay, if Mr. Chidi is not there, I want to ask the question that I have before me here. Why do you think, please ask Mr. Matthew, why do you think peace building is so difficult in Africa? What do you think will be the only, what will you Okay, I think what he's saying is, why do you think peace building is difficult in Africa to achieve? I
can hear you.
Hello, is that Mr. Chidi? Hello? Okay, Mr. Matthew, go ahead and answer the question. Then when Mr. Chidi comes, I'll ask his question on good governance.
Yes, I am.
Well, the peace building is difficult to achieve in Africa simply because it is on a top level. It is not a grassroots initiative. The intelligentsia tend to speak it on the level of the elites, forgetting that peace is a societal thing that starts with an individual. This is one. Number two, peace building has to start with the grassroots first before it becomes a level of the state, on the level of the state. Secondly, it is not inculcated into our educational curriculum. It is not inculcated into our media. It is not protected in our laws, the legislations and the litigations. It is not happening because there are no preventive measures. But one of the hurdles is because our leaders link the peace building actually to their personal greed. And they do not understand the role they should play, because peace building has got a level where it should come to also to the question of the governance and the state. And that's why corruption is everywhere, and they don't understand that. Now, once you address the issues of poverty and economy, you are actually in the right track of peace building. But how do you make people productive? People become productive when they understand the personal role they can play, the communal role, and the role they can play as communities. Lastly, peace building is not happening because there is a disregard to our being, to our political, to our economic and cultural egos as Africans. This is very important. Once you don't respect me as a human being, are you creating the sense of belonging? Are you creating the sense of fidelity, of belonging? That's where the challenge is, in short.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I have a question from Miss Apollo. Miss Apollo is on the floor. She wants to ask a question. Miss Apollo, Miss Mary Apollo, can you ask the question? Miss Mary Apollo is from South Sudan. Okay,
Okay, thank you, Daniel, and thank you, Mr. Matthew, for the presentation also. I wish you have enough time to give examples and talk about a current situation that is taking place in the continent. I'm going to ask if you can just base touch on two cases of ongoing current political situation in Mali and also South Sudan. Can you talk about the possibility of achieving the peace in this country, in the context of just how do you envision the possibility of peace building in these two countries, like, for example? Thank you.
So what she's saying is that what is the possibility of tranquility, peace, sustainable development in South Sudan vis-a-vis in Mali? Now, what do you think? What is your future globe? What is the prospect from your own expert opinion? What do you see in the future for peace in South Sudan and in Mali? Thank you.
Well, in Mali, it's really very complicated, especially if you looked at different dimensions, ethnic dimensions and political instability around there. And the same issue also is very true with South Sudan. And that is very affixed in a lot of corruption, in a lot of political instability, but also ethnicization, politicization, militarization of politics, and the issues that I have just mentioned. Now, it would take a long way for these countries to revive from where they are, because they reach now a very strange level of traumatization, that is post-stress traumatic disorder, where people become very emulative, very blind, and become very stereotypes, where people go to the levels of confining issues to tribes and whatever. But the most important thing is, what are the opportunities to leap off out of these issues? Now, first of all, unless serious regional, unless serious responsible regional initiatives are taken for South Sudan and Mali, peace will never ever be achieved there, believe me. Simply because, like the case of South Sudan, there has been an opportunity of so many agreements signed, but always dishonored. And so agreement does not do anything, simply because the issue is related to injustice. You sign an agreement, but then you give the criminal the power. The agreement is signed, the person who did injustice becomes the president, another criminal who is his vice becomes the vice president. So they fight. Once they are in harmony, and the other one is the president and the other one is the vice president, South Sudan is in peace. Once the other one says that you should not be in power this time, they are at war. And the innocent people die. The same issue with the coups in Mali. So there is a need for responsible regional initiatives with clear preventive and punitive measures, with correcting the institutions, with including in the stakeholders, not just the politicians and the elites. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yen, for sacrificing. Thank you for the important topic. And actually, I will request a favor that Monday, whatever you just said is very important. And on Monday, we have a panel which involves those two countries, or at least one of those countries, and I think African Union. So we would love that to be on the table, please. So see how we would appreciate it.
It's okay. That can be discussed.
Okay, I guess Daniel is maybe, I think his phone went off.
Yes, I'm here.
Our next, oh, okay.
Yes, I just wanted
I
to
was going to hijack you.
Yes, I wanted to thank you, Mary, for also extending, the peace building concept, because this is what we need on the continent. And you are right that we cannot say enough peace. It's better we are always talking for peace than we are fighting in the streets and destroying and embarrassing ourselves. So I totally agree that there should be a series devoted solely, and having that, since we still have an extension next to it, it will be there. I think we have our last presenter, right? Mary, you want to introduce the last presenter?
Oh, the last presenter is, I think you have his bio, right?
Yes, I have his bio. So it's Mr. Happen. I don't know if is he around?
He is, yes.
Okay, so let me go ahead. So our last presenter is Mr. Harris Hapron. He's currently the national president and the convener of Vivid Institute for Leadership and Strategic Studies. They are primarily focused on education, and they are primarily focused on transforming people to be better citizens. Mr. Harris graduated from the university with a degree in mathematics, with postgraduate knowledge in business administration, economics. He's a seasoned African, and he's a seasoned person who has interest of helping expanding our view on how to create sustainable development across board in our respective region. Sir, we have 2 minutes for you to make more introduction about yourself, 15 minutes for you to deliver your presentation, and then few minutes if left for your question. Then Miss Mary will give the concluding speech and the concluding remark for the day, and then we close the session. So I'll hand over to Dr. Haron for you to do your introduction and for you to lead us into your presentation. Thank you.
I think he might have actually left.
Yes, is Mr. Chidi there? Hello, Chidi. Okay, so if that's the case, Mary, why not just give us an overview of what the Watch Democracy, your institution, is all about, and why did you come up with this idea to bring all these minds together, and we cover an extensive program. And what do you say with what is happening in Nigeria, in South Sudan, in Mali? What do you intend to do in moving forward? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for the wonderful work. Thank you all the panelists for today. It was a tremendous work. When we started Watch Democracy Grow, it came as a result of, I live in DC. Most of the time we are doing advocacy, and I have a background of having worked in the community. So there came a question when we are trying to create this forum. We said, for how long is Africa going to be in a grumbling mode? For how long is it going to be? And how can we really transform the society? How can we really be part of that solution as opposed to being bystanders? So that's how Watch Democracy was formed. A group of people, few Scandinavian, I think it was, the idea came up around 2015. But the whole issue was, if you see the name itself, it's like we are watching democracy grow. Democracy is not an end itself. It's a means to an end. And democracy is not really that kind of concept that you would achieve in one day. We can even see US, which is like one of the old democracies, but it is still struggling. But the good thing about democracy is that it allows corrections. People do corrections. People are able to improve. People are able to include. And that's how the idea of Watch Democracy came about. Now, when we started it, we know that Africans are really, intelligent. That is a whole fact. We all, instead of seeing young generations crossing Mediterranean Sea, betting drones, why can't we organize home so that Africa becomes a land of opportunity rather than being a land of disappointments and undesirable to many. So the mission was to integrate democracy, not to promote democracy. People have promoted democracy forever, but we really want to integrate democracy. So that is one way we do it, through these trainings, sessions, and we have others even which focus just on human rights issues. The issue is that 1960 was for independence of Africa. It's time to move on. Any continent has got its civilization journey, from kingship to colonialism, from colonialism to coups, from the coups. Now we think 21st century should be a year of integrating democracy, and we actually call it everybody who is doing something on the continent to be part of the journey. You can't make it alone. Just like President, I think Reagan, who said we can't walk alone. We can't walk alone without. When it goes to that, I tend to be bold. I have already said that Africa, I don't think we are the ones who had disadvantages than any other communities. We saw The US we have here, remember it used to be a former colony of England, but they managed to move away and they managed to establish themselves to be partners or to be business equal partners. And Africa, I think, can do it. So instead of being dragged in the past, it's time to move on. That's why we have different people coming with the different ideas, with very many visions. And true, as the prayer speakers were saying, we are sometimes in the land of opportunities that we should use to develop our brothers and sisters who may not be having that opportunity that we have. So that was the vision. Unless there is any question, I would be, then we would wind up because we have long sessions on Monday and Tuesday, and usually those ones are policy makers. The way we do it, weekend, we design them for domestic actually and international discussions. But weekly days, remember here, you can't get majority of American companies to participate on weekends. So Monday and Tuesday, we have USAID, I think, who are doing a lot of work on the continent. How do we change the narrative? How do we actually influence US foreign policy towards Africa to integrate and develop Africa in a way that we are becoming a win-win society that is going to be a potential pattern for most of the international or the Western world, rather than always being seen in the TVs and we are dying of hunger. There is always this one. I mean, any normal society should be able to organize itself, and I think this is the time for Africa and Africans to organize themselves for a better Africa, for a healthy Africa, for a peaceful Africa, and the Africa we want. It's a peaceful Africa, it's a wealthy Africa, it's a politically well-organized Africa, it's a hope for the African people. And I thank you all, unless there is any question.
Yes, thank you so much, Mary, for really guiding us for what lies ahead for us with respect to us creating and meeting consensus agenda that will drive the continent. And I thank you also for laying the template for good governance. You see, good governance should be in the heart of any successful nation on the continent of Africa or even outside of Africa. It is what should drive development. And good governance is always centered or must be centered on, the people. You must tell the people the purpose why you have to be where you are. You must tell people that there are processes that we will do to achieve all our purpose. And then you must give room for that evaluation. And I want to leave on this note to tell people that, see, you can't have good governance if you are not inclusive, if you do not respect the rule of law, if it is not participatory, and people always confuse politics and good governance. You see, these are things that, because people are not too enlightened, they do not know. Good governance is when a decision is reached for your life to get better. When people that are in the helms of affair meet your satisfaction, your needs and expectation with the limited resources that has been agreed to be used to better the society. Politics is the vehicle that the candidate in person will be able to actualize the good governance principle that has been agreed. It is a vehicle, and you can use any other vehicle. Like you can use a parliamentary vehicle, you can use your philanthropic vehicle, you can on your own, you understand, organize yourself as an individual to do that. But the instrumentation of government is more broader. If on your own you want to help distribute 1,000 books, it may take you 3-4 days as an individual. But if the president of a country wants to distribute 1,000 books, it will take 1 second. All he needs to do is call the Minister of Education. Then the Minister of Education will call the regional commissioners for education. The regional commissioner will call the supervisor, and that 1,000 books will be distributed in 1 minute. So the instrumentation of government actually creates better progress and better sustainable development. So it's good that we educate our people that there's difference between good governance and politics. Good governance is what we want, because good governance is the agreed template for you to implement growth for people, that must be participatory, that must ensure that it's a consensus agreement, that must be accountable, that must be transparent, that must be very responsive. You don't respond 14 days after a killing has taken place. You do it on the spot. You locate yourself on the ground level where injustice has taken place. It must be equitable. You know, there must be a protection of lives and property. You know, it also requires some level of competence, you know, emotional intelligence, articulate vision. And more importantly, in this pandemic period, good governance must be open. There must be openness to change. That a mentality that the leader there knows it all is all long gone. If it was so, we will not be where we are with pandemic. So you cannot say you are running a nation in good and you are practicing good governance when you are not open to change, when you are not open to being flexible, when you are not responsive to the people. So all these are some of the things that we must address. Of course, using the tool of democracy, using the tool of institutions, really practicing and regulating the system and holding people accountable, no matter who the person is, you know, and ensuring that whatever funds that is channeled towards those basic things we need, like food, like good health, like good education, like security, whatever funds that it's done is received in real time, you know. And then all these things we are doing, we must also ensure that we share these global best practices. What we see abroad, we must also domesticate it inside, rather than doing lip service and signing agreements that we endorse sustainable development goals, which was signed by all leaders in 2015. Until date, this is more than 5 years later, no nation on earth have been able to achieve 100%. No country in Africa has even been able to achieve 10% of the sustainable development goal mantra. So you are right that good governance is what we want. You know, it will help inspire young people to individually contribute their own quota. Let's carry everybody along. Let's be our brother's keeper, and let's stand up in the face of wickedness to leaders that do not want to deliver the dividends to people. On that note, I want to thank all our people from Nigeria who are going through a lot of things. We sympathize with you, and we want to plead with the Nigerian government. You need to listen to young people. Young people are tired. They are tired of all the things that you have done. They've done all the right things. They've gone to school. They've obeyed laws. They've looked for jobs. They cannot see. They've done everything right by them. They are not the ones that have put their countries in where they are. It is the leaders and generations before them. And they are tired. They want to move forward. They want to advance. They do not want ethnicity. They do not want religious sentiments to drive development, because they know it does not help them when they go to the bank. What drives a nation forward is their ability to harness the resources of its people, is their ability to divine and reach a common consensus. And this is why many people are asking for a referendum. African leaders should ask their people now. Don't come with your intelligence. We know you are intelligent as a leader. It's what the people want. It is the need of the people that is important. And that's what good governance drives. Ask your people, are you okay where you are? Do you think there's need for us to develop? Do you still want to remain? It is important we have this referendum and this consensus. You know, if we must move forward, if we must achieve sustainable development goal, we must go it together peacefully. As it is, democracy in Africa is not strong. It's still an incomplete business. And it's because greed, nepotism, tribalism, hatred, xenophobic sentiments, leaders not standing up, and even organizations like the WHO, like the African Union, like ECOWAS, not rising up to stem all this stuff. Because today is Nigeria, tomorrow it will be somewhere else. Rather than we wait till the time we all explode, let us start to deep in and define ourselves as African. And African is that individual who finds himself, whether in the continent or outside the continent, proud of his culture, who is able to express the better versions of himself. And that's what we want. We are not people that are just stuck to our culture. We use our culture to drive sustainable development goal. We use our belief system to drive sustainable development goal. We are people that have blood like us. We want good things for our people. We want good light. We want good education, but we want it in such a way that it addresses our local problems, that it addresses our local need. And it's sad that it is our own people that are the problem of ourselves, so we are pleading to the international community, and all good people that love the continent of Africa, to call our leaders and the African Union, to call our leader that you now have a generation that are tired, generation that did not see you become a teenager. They are all in their 20s. They are all in their teens. The average age of Africans now are now 17 to 21. So they are tired of still living in 1984. They're tired of living in 1974. They are tired of seeing the same president who their own grandfather saw when he was a teenager. They are tired. They just want progress. They just want, they want to be better versions of themselves. They do not want anarchy, chaos. They are good people. And it's on that note, I want to thank you, Mary, for giving us the platform to be able to share the story. And to all our friends in Guinea, please, let's remain peaceful. Please, let's work together. It's unison. Please, let's find a way to be better versions of ourselves. Let's put human face to governance. We can't be here forever. Let's leave something for our children. We cannot destroy the earth and leave a moribund earth for children that are not in the capacity to make their lives better. They are not the governors. They are not CBN governors. They are not the Minister of Finance now. They are still toddlers. If we destroy everything now for them, they will never assume that position. It's up to us to make things better. So on that note, Mary, I hand over to you to make the closing remark. And thank you so much. Bye.
Daniel, thank you so much. I can see there are some people, Mr. Yen, I don't know whether you want to say something. I can see Odofia online. I can see, and I think it's Jubri also online. If you want to say something, please, you're welcome.
Yeah, what I would basically want to add, because I think most of the speakers have spoken my mind. Mr. Yen really did justice to the issue of peace, and I think we need an extensive paper from him. Maybe Mary, you have to create that platform. And Dr. Buje, the moderator, did a very good job. I want to congratulate all of us as a matter of fact. You see, there's this saying, I think by Bob Nestor Mali, that you want to go to heaven, but you don't want to die. And the issue, like the peace issue, so here Martin spoke about, corruption is a kind of a pandemic in Africa. Without our coping corruption, it will be difficult for us to have peace. And the people who are driving this corruption are not the younger generation. They are our leaders. If you go to Europe, if you go to the US, our money has stashed in banks all over the world. And you cannot, there's no way we can have peace when this level of corruption is eating deep into the fabric of our system. So, but if you want to look at it a second way, there's a way they are operating. So we need to come back to ourselves. We need to synergize within the people of Africa, so that we really drive this issue of development. Because if we are looking at our leaders, we may not get it. So, like Matthew put it, like minds have to come together across the globe so that we can really address this issue of, repositioning Africa. Otherwise, I mean, because we have all the resources, we have all the, I think 3/4 of mineral resources in the whole world can be found in Africa. But we seem to still be the poor continent. So I think we need to look inward. Me personally believe the problem of Africa is Africa, not outside Africa. So let's look inward and find a solution for our challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So remember, Monday we have, I think, very important panels. We usually call them the VIP panels because that's where we have policy makers mixed with the actually what I would call the grassroots voices. So please, just encourage people to attend, encourage people to participate.
I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting you. Dr. Yen, I need your contact, maybe your email. I think I've added you on Facebook already. but I need your contact, maybe your email, maybe your phone number. So we build on what you are coming up. We need to synergize. We need to come together to see how we can have a better, platform to bring peace to our people.
If you can see the chat there.
Yeah.
So, you said what? You didn't hear me well?
No, I heard you, but I see if you see the chat.
Okay. Ian Choiro. Okay, at yahoo.com. Okay, thank you very much. That's all right.
Let me write the WhatsApp for you.
Okay.
Did you see that?
Just a minute.
Somebody asking a question that we need to talk about the possibility of peace in South Sudan and Mali. I think, Mr. Yen, if you don't mind, on Monday, we can put you on the panel on Monday, second panel. Is it something we can do so that you explore more on that, please?
Yeah, it's okay. You have the email, Madame Mary. I would be more than glad that you just put it in writing and you give me the details so that
yeah.
To
Perfect. Because
thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. I'm proud that such work
thank you so much for your contribution, for your ideas, for what we need actually. Although this is a forum, it needs people. It's not just, we are just starting, but we need all the energy. And actually the purpose, majority of the people who participate here are academians. Remember, we have the African brain drain issue. So this is one way of engaging them. What ideas do they have for the continent? How can they put it into practice? How do we, in diaspora, promote change that we want to see on the continent? So pretty much it's not us, it's all of you. Be engaging. But again, as you said, it's so hard to navigate that message to our communities because of a lot of engagement, because of also commitment. It depends. I think a lot of people you will see they are interested in economic activities. But I usually say, Africa, as you say, you put it well. We are not poor. We are poorly managed. So we however much economic engagement you would be, when you are not going to manage it well, you will still go to square one. So we really need to advocate for good governance on the continent so that we at least get proper resource utilization and stabilize the continent as it could be. And I think dialogues like this will open opportunities because there is also kind of animosity whereby the leadership group and the civil society, they tend to be like co-wives. They are operating at different parallels. And we are like trying to bring them together. That's why we are having African Union for this Monday panel, so that we really request them to take on from 1960. The unification of Africa is a little bit over. Let us move on for a better and stable Africa. And I think African Union being the what I would call the patronage institution for unification of Africa, they should be able to help us on that one. For the case of Mali, as you are saying, and the other countries which are being challenged. But you can, being an African does not mean that you have to promote injustice because you want to be an African. You can be an African, but you also have peaceful living. Yeah, so I thank you so much, and the session is closed. So tomorrow we have one panel because we want to prepare ourselves for Monday. I will get out to Mr. Yan. Thank you for trying to fix, at least to consider that amidst your tight schedule as well. And I appreciate also Mary, who gave me the contact at the last minute. and you were able to at least be able to make it to that kind of incredible presentation. We really appreciate your contribution today. But, yeah. So basically what we'll do again, Olivia will just start early and we'll leave it just like we are doing today. Just come and log on tomorrow and all the time. So even if we don't respond, we are there.
That's right.
They were like, well, they can't hear.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mary. You have a wonderful day.
Yeah, I really appreciate what you are doing heavily.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, okay. Bye-bye.